the governing board of Littleton Elementary School District. For those online as well as here, thank you very much for being here. First item of business is call to order. Aida, would you like to do a roll call for us this morning, please?
Mr. Nielsen?
Here.
Mrs. Barnett?
Here.
Mr. Saniceros? Mrs. Sashanek?
Here.
Mrs. Stollard?
Here.
Thank you. We would all like to stand now and recite the Pledge of Allegiance. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America, to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Thank you. To begin our meeting, we'll observe a moment of silence. As a courtesy, you kindly silence your phones. And thank you very much. Item number 5. Dr. Lafitte, would you like to address 5A there with us?
Yeah. Good morning, President Nielsen, Governing Board, presenters, and guests. Thank you for making the time to be here for your continued commitment to the staff, students, and community we serve. Today's retreat is designed to strengthen how we work together as a governance team and to align our efforts around the future of our district. The topics we'll be engaging in are both foundational and forward-looking: board norms and accountability protocols, the board's role in professional learning communities, a strategic plan update, a bond discussion, and a review of our board goals. We are intentionally beginning with board norms and roles. This is not by accident. How we show up, how we communicate, and how we hold ourselves and one another accountable will set the tone for everything that follows. If we are aligned in our purpose and clear in our responsibilities, we position ourselves to have more productive conversations, make better decisions, and ultimately serve our students at a higher level. To model the work being implemented across our district, our first 2 topics will be facilitated by site and district leaders. This is an opportunity for us to experience the same learning structures and expectations that are being carried out in our schools and departments, reinforcing alignment between governance and practice. From there, we will move into our strategic plan update, which is our roadmap for who we aspire to be as a district over the next 5 years. This is our opportunity to ensure that our vision is clear, our priorities are focused, and our work is coherent across all schools and departments. We will also engage in an important discussion around the bond, recognizing the critical role it plays in supporting safe, effective, and future-ready learning environments for our students. Finally, we will revisit and refine our board goals to ensure alignment with our strategic direction and to refine our shared commitment to measurable progress and accountability. As we move through today's agenda, I encourage open dialogue, thoughtful questioning, and a focus on what is best for students. Our effectiveness as a team depends not on what we decide, but how we work together to get there. Thank you again for your leadership and your dedication. With that, let's begin with our first topic, board norms and accountability protocols. We have 2 of our leaders who will stand up to present that item. We have Ms. Sam Armstrong, principal over at Estrella Vista Academy, and then we have Ms. Tina Kaufman, who is our special education director, and they'll lead the beginning of this work with us.
Good morning, and thank you for the opportunity. I'm Tina Kaufman, Director of Special Education.
Samantha Armstrong, Principal at Estrella Vista STEM Academy.
I was going to go walk around, but that's all right. We'll stay back here. That's perfectly fine. So thank you for this opportunity this morning. We're very excited to take you through some of the fundamental work that the campuses have been doing, as well as here at the district. And so really what we want to do is set the tone for how we operate within the district. Talking about our collaborative team time that the campuses do, as well as where we want to engage you all in this learning, so you guys have the opportunity to really see how we operate at the school level and at the district level, and provide you guys the opportunity to start those practices and establishing team norms as a board yourselves. So we're going to go ahead and look at the next slide, and then if we could start with Ms. Stallard, and then go to Amy, and then go to Rachel. Linda, will you please take the content goal and read that aloud for us?
I will be able to establish norms with my collaborative team.
Thank you. And then Amy, the language goal?
I will be able to participate in written and verbal reflections.
And Rachel?
I will be able to participate with authenticity and openness to make the most of my learning.
Excellent. Are these all goals that we are good with today, and we have a little bit of what we're going to come out of when Samantha and I are done? Okay, awesome. Thank you for that. And so these are also things that as you guys do walkthroughs in schools that you probably see on the board, as you see content, language, and social goals. And so this gives you the forefront for what we're going to do this morning for this next hour. And then let's go ahead, and what we're going to do next is we're going to cover some basics, and Brian is going to play a video for us on the next slide. And so this is going to give you some basic information on creating team norms.
I would like you to look at page 18 in your packet is where it starts, but the rubber hits the road on page 19. Show me what you know about team norms, scale of 1 to 5. 5 means you're the person at your family reunion that's trying to set norms before the turkey's cut on Thanksgiving. 0 means I don't know a thing about norms. Can you show me on your hands? Okay. So norms are the common patterns of participation in any group. And those common patterns of participation might make your group work at higher levels. And similarly, those common patterns of participation might just completely destroy your team. So you've got to talk about your norms with each other. What do you expect from one another while you're working together? Most schools write norms at the beginning of the year, never talk about them again. That's a mistake. Because when you're expressing your norms, what you're really doing is expressing what you need and expect from one another. If this meeting is going to be worthwhile for me, I need you too. The behaviors that I need in order for this meeting to be worthwhile have to get out on the table and have to be honored. Because if they're not, I'm going to hate this meeting. You guys know that. So page 19 is where my norm setting activity starts. Comes from a guy named Daniel Venables. This is an idea that I stole from him that I think is great. Daniel says, start by giving every person at your table the chance to tell you what's one pet peeve that they have about working in a group, and then what's one thing that everyone else at the table needs to know in order to understand your behaviors. You got to throw those out on the table. That's where your norm setting starts. My pet peeve, I hate it when people are looking at their devices rather than paying attention to the session or to our meeting. I got a guy, his name is, well, I won't tell you his name because I'm being videoed. I had a colleague that I used to work with who was on his phone all the time. His part-time job was an Instagram page where he called himself Dapper on a Dime, so he would show his outfits and then recommend that you buy his fashion outfits. Guy was making more money off of that than he was off of teaching, right? Good for him. But he had his Instagram page opened every single meeting that we worked on. All the time, that guy was on Instagram. It drives me bonkers. Just leaves, it chaps my hide, for lack of a better word. Now, you've already figured out this about me. I'm also a hammer. I'm ready to move on fast. I don't need to think about a decision. I want to go. And you need to know that in order to understand my behaviors. So developing norms gives you a chance to talk about what you need from each other. Please take a look at that document and talk with your partners. Is this something that your team needs to do with each other? Yes or no, and why? Go. So I'm going to give you a pro tip, and then I'm going to give you a question that people ask me all the time, the answer to a common question. Ready? Pro tip. Once you've written your norms, they should first be added to the top of your meeting notes. They should be written at the top of your meeting notes. But more importantly, at the beginning of every single meeting, you need to read them out loud as a reminder to the people in the room of what your most important needs are. You need to read them all the way until they become the common pattern of participation on your team. When your norms have become habits, that's when you can stop reading them out loud. But until your norm has become a habit, until your expectation has become the habit on your team, you need to read them at every single meeting. It's a reminder to everyone of what you need in order for the meeting to be productive. Sometimes teachers are like, my meeting's a total waste of time. And my response is, great, what are you doing about it? There's no need to sit in a meeting that's a complete waste of time if you can improve the meeting. And one way to improve the meeting is to be clear about what you need from each other in order to move forward. The question everyone asks me is, what do you do about that guy that breaks the norms? The question that people ask is, how do you hold people accountable for breaking the norms on your team? How do you address that? Me, Bill Ferreter, I have a different approach than a lot of these other presenters. In fact, I think Tim said on Monday that the best way that you do it is when somebody's not adhering to your norms, you confront them in love. And you address the behavior in love. But you address it. I sort of disagree about that. And that's because that's the most difficult conversation you're ever going to have with a peer. And that's going to jeopardize the relationship that you have with the other people at the table. When you confront somebody, especially when you have no authority, right? Like we're each other's equals, that becomes really uncomfortable. So instead, what I recommend is this. Instead of trying to figure out how you're going to hold somebody accountable when they break the norm, why don't you spend a minute or two at the end of every meeting celebrating someone who has honored your norms? In fact, we're going to do it right now. This is going to be so hokey, you're going to hate it. Right now, I want you to thank someone at the table for something they've done to move your learning forward in the last 45 minutes. So you've been working with each other for the last little while. Who at your table has made a real contribution to your learning? I want you to look them in the eye and say, thank you. But be really specific about what you're thanking them for. Got it? Go, do it right now. Practice. Shocker, showing gratitude to other people is a win. Shocker, saying thank you to other people makes them feel good too. You want some research? Okay, I'll give you the research. I don't think you need it, right? Like, this is just a no-brainer. This is just being a productive contributor to a group 101. This is called being nice, right? But if you want research, Stephen Covey calls this the emotional bank account. You make positive deposits in someone else's emotional bank account, and by saying thank you, by showing gratitude, by doing them a favor. And the result is that when you get to that moment of tension where you have conflict, your relationship won't be completely destroyed by the conflict. So if you've made lots of positive comments to a member of your team, if you've thanked them repeatedly over and over and over again for all the contributions they make to your learning, you're building trust. And then at that moment where you have to say to them, hey, listen, that went really wrong and I don't like what happened there, your relationship won't be destroyed. You know why our relationships with other human beings get destroyed? Because we have the conflict before we build the trust. So how do you build the trust? The end of every single meeting, you say, hey, let's go around the table. Anybody want to thank someone here? What contribution did somebody make to our learning? I just got chills. We need to hear thank you more often, right? From the people that we work with. That builds trust, which then you can leverage later when things get messy.
Just in that short 5-minute video. And so really a lot of reflection for ourselves going on in there and looking at our norms and how we operate, how we interact as a board and with our executive team and our community is going to be critical. And Samantha is going to take this opportunity to dig in a little bit deeper with you all right now.
Good morning. I'm going to go ahead and give you about a minute or two to go ahead, and I think you have them on your screens as well, to go ahead and read this to kind of set some purpose. If you can just look up at me when you're done. Thank you. I do appreciate the opportunity to be up here today and show you a lot of the work that has been done on sites. So the videos you're going to watch are from Solution Tree. I know you've seen that name several times, right, in the board docs and things of that nature. And this is the work we've been doing. I'm proud to tell you that I've been on 3 different campuses that have done this work and seen the positive outcomes for students. So it's exciting to be able to share with you the things that we're doing on our site and at the district level to ensure that we have highly functioning teams that best serve our students. So thank you again for that. It was important for you to take a moment to read that so we could have a common framework, same with the video, to kind of jump off at the same point and grasp an understanding of what this is and why this might be a way for your team, group, whichever you want to refer to yourself as, to be able to operate to the fullest ability that you are. And that means honoring different perspectives, right? Different opinions, different cultural norms, different ways we process things, and norms help us to do that, as do the accountability statements. So we kind of gave you a preview to what we're going to end. So hopefully you got out of that. Actually, I don't need to talk the whole time. So in reading that definition, are any of you feeling brave enough to share something that stood out to you?
Thank you. Highly functioning teams, learning teams, take developing clear set team norms. I think many times if you think of basketball, football, it's easy to see what the norm is. It's to get across the goal line or it's to make the basket or something. In other meetings in churches, schools, wherever you might be, sometimes it's to sit together, and I've been in some awful long meetings that probably could have been done in 15 minutes, and an hour later there's still not something accomplished. So if there's some clear-cut set team norms as to how you interact with one another, or that, you know, this is what we want to accomplish or complete today, make the goal, and then we're done with it and can move on.
Absolutely. It helps us to be effective and efficient. Member Barnett, did you want to share your thinking?
I guess it's similar. My thought is that the idea of it being a common pattern, you know, and the understanding that in order for there to be an established norm, there has to be a common denominator. So if people are coming to the table with different agendas, or people are coming and thinking, you know, something as simplistic as, well, I'm coming here, you know, to a party, and I'm dressing to go to a party, but then I come and it's a Bible study, I'm coming with a different norm, you know. So I think the commonality of it, that aspect of it, really ties the whole concept in.
Thank you both for your feedback. I appreciate that. So we definitely want to set a space to be effective, honor people, and to ensure that we feel worth, right? Whether the time is spent what is worthwhile, our needs are being met, because if our needs aren't being met at the end of the day, we're all human beings, right? If we do not feel honored or valued, we do whatever version it is we do of our shutdown, right? I'm assuming. The interesting part about this is having the conversation with when you are peers. I will tell you, in working on campuses, our teachers do hold each other accountable to the norms, and it can be difficult because as adults, we don't necessarily like to have those conversations, especially if we feel they're confrontational. Some people are more comfortable with it. Some people feel they're more comfortable with confrontation and they're very confrontive, right? Kind of combative almost. And some people do it in a different way. But I will let you know that a lot of the work I do on campuses is helping other adults figure out what words they want to say to the person that caused them to feel that way. And that is why we do this work. Okay. So I wanted to kind of set the stage, as Ms. Kaufman did, with the district mission, vision, and norms. These are things that I'm sure you've seen several times, and what we do to organize ourselves as to why we're here. So our mission, to create that high quality, comprehensive, success-oriented learning, our vision, leaders in learning, caring, and growing, and then our values. Our values help us anchor in the things that we want to see. So from the district norms, sites also develop norms. So I shared mine because they're the ones I have access to. So if you will look at our mission, vision, and norms at Estrella Vista, you will see that our mission vision is aligned to the district because we should be working right at our site to make sure we are able to meet the mission and vision of the district. Instead of values, we also have the district values on many of our presentations. We have developed our own norms, and I wanted to go ahead and show those to you so you could kind of wrap your brain around what works for our campus. Be mindful, that is one set of norms for my campus. The norms that you see here are the ones when we meet on our Wednesday or our whole staff professional development days, that this is what the team, my staff, generated, and they have agreed and committed to. We have different norms for our first grade team. They made their own. My leadership team has their own norms. Our guiding coalition has our own norms. You can see some repetitive patterns because there's common people on my campus and we have the needs that we have. But each of the groups have them. I can tell you when I'm up here working at the district, when I'm at a district meeting, there's also norms that were developed when we bring all the leaders together on various things like at ILLC. We've also created norms, and I've been able to help with that work. So, any questions before we move forward? Yes, sir.
On those norms, on those visions, are they posted? Do you have them in the meeting with you? Is it memorization? How do you keep those always in front of your face?
That's a great question. The answer is all of those things. So our main norms, we do have them in the library because that tends to be where we meet. That's the biggest space for us. We also start every meeting with them. So what you see up here starts my meetings along with our academic goals, and my site will take turns. Sometimes I'll have them read them to themselves. Sometimes they'll read them out loud, but they are at the part of every meeting. The same with my guiding coalition and my smaller meetings. They are on the agenda and they're also part of the presentation. So we will review them at the beginning. I'm gonna be honest with you. My leadership team has been together for a minute, so we review our norms less frequently, but they've become our operating practices, and we have switched to collective commitments because we are able to hold ourselves to those. But we do review them minimum twice a year to make sure they're still meeting our needs, because sometimes things change, right? We have conversations or we stumble into something that we weren't planned for and we need to address it. So minimum, we'll look at it at the beginning of the year, actually 3 times. We'll look in that January and then at the end to make sure that we're setting ourselves up for success.
Thank you.
Any other questions? Okay. So now, I believe in your packets, you should have a handout, and I believe Ms. Kaufman is going to go ahead and talk to you about that, but let's make sure you have it first.
It's right after, like, it says board retreat establishing team norms note catcher.
Right before the purple tab.
Very last one.
The last page of tab 1. There it is.
Did you find this one?
Right before the lavender tab.
Right before the last page of the
There's also a note catcher in there if you want to use that.
Maybe I know.
You guys got it? Almost there.
It's the last page right before the
It's the last. It got out of order.
Sorry about that.
There you go.
Okay.
It should be.
Yeah, there it is.
There you go.
Right. There you go.
Okay, excellent. So what we're going to do is we're going to complete the worksheet. We're going to have some individual work time for a couple of minutes for you to just quickly, your first gut shot, look at each of those 8 areas. Obviously, we're going to read the directions first because we always prep with reading the directions. And you're going to rank where you are. I'm going to give you 2 minutes to do that quickly. And then we're going to transition into a video where we're going to discuss ground rules versus norms.
I know you are.
You have about 45 seconds. And then I see some of you are starting to wrap that up. Make sure you total your score. And something you want to reflect on is at the bottom it says, the higher the total number, the more likely the team will benefit from operating with norms. The lower the number, the team is more likely to need ground rules. And so we're just going to use this as your little basis of your own individual work before we go into a video regarding norms and ground rules. Ms. Barnett, did you?
Maybe we should point out that the parameters change, like everyone, some of them.
Yes, absolutely. Yeah, is if you look at each question, some go 1 low up to 5 high. And then like number 2, it goes 1 high and 5 low. So definitely paying attention to the scale is going to be critical for your scoring. Just pausing a little bit longer as we have people still working. Thank you for engaging in the work. And what we're going to do now is we're going to have Brian transition us to the norms versus ground rules video, and it's about 5 minutes long. It was the one that was just that one right there. Oh, okay. Okay. I lied. It's the next one that I have a video on, but we're fine for now. We were using this as the think time and I got them backwards. So the norms versus ground rules. And so people are adding up their scores. Anything that came out of each of those that was like, I never thought about it that way, or wow, I didn't think that I was operating like that, but maybe I am. You didn't what? About the team, excellent. So some people may have looked at this as themselves. Some people might have looked at it as a team, and you guys are a team. And the productive work to get us to establishing norms is going to be critical. Anything that somebody wants to be brave enough to share as well? Oh, I thought for sure you were going for to say something. I had hopes. Okay, that's okay right now. What we're going to do is we're going to talk about past norms now. And sometimes people might have never established norms in any other group or committee or team previously. But what I would like for you to do is take a moment in your head and think about any past teams that you've worked with. Were there norms? Were they effective? Why were they effective if you had them? So just take a moment in your head, and then I'm going to have you share with the team. And we'll do a 3 and a 2 as far as our pairing goes. Okay, so we're going to have Barnett, Soshnik, and Stallard be a group and talk about what norms have you had in the past, and maybe one or two of you haven't had norms on a team before, and maybe you have, but talk about what was good about them, why did they help work, and then gentlemen, if you guys will be paired up and talk about norms that you've had in the past for different teams and what happened. How did they work? And then we're going to ask one person to share out from each group. And wrap up your conversation between your group and select your person who is going to speak from each of your groups. Okay, about 10 seconds. Okay, thank you. Thank you for engaging in that learning. And then we'll wait for Linda to get back for your guys' group to share. And then gentlemen, did you want to go ahead and share?
Yeah, so me and President Nielsen said that we've seen norms in school environments, but we've typically seen, I went to West Point, we had them on the walls and expectations, but more or less the adults following them more than students. So that's just my lived experience, with norms. But more or less I've seen that, when you have new people come in, they may disagree with the norms, so they change them. So, it could be usually a never-ending cycle, of changing things.
You know what? Thank you for pointing that out, and that kind of makes me think also back to what Samantha was talking about, is that you have to monitor things as they go, and as new people come in, you have to sometimes sit back and reflect and go, okay, we are in a different place right now, so let's look at revisiting things. So that's awesome. And then ladies over here. Rock, paper, scissors.
So we talked about how in education there's always norms. It's just like Marcus said, like it's just something that's very common. Um, our conversation kind of lends towards, it always seems to be the team lead that's like enforcing the norms. And I know that the goal is that it's a collective group accountability. So that's always a hope that you eventually get to that point. That the
Excellent,
team
thank you.
holds each other.
Yeah, and we're gonna take you through a little bit of that as well. So can we all agree that norms have a great purpose in order to make us be more efficient, more productive? If we could get a thumbs up that everybody agrees. Okay. Little hesitation there? Okay. Okay, excellent. We're gonna transition to Ms. Armstrong.
This clicker and I aren't friends. There we go. So I'm going to go ahead and overview the process now that we've played the Where's Waldo game on where your handouts are. We all should know there's a couple handouts that you guys are going to be using. So if you can go ahead and orient yourself to this, it'll help you to understand the two different steps that we're going to do to help you as a team create your norms today. So step one is going to be done independently. You will label one pet peeve, so one thing that you don't like, right, that can kind of set you off or make your mind in that negative space when you are in a meeting, some type of setting like that. When you're working in groups, so whatever your experience is, go ahead and tie it to that. And then you're going to give an example of one thing that people will notice about you when they're working in a group. So that'll be the first step. We're not there yet, we're getting there. From there, you guys are going to have a conversation because I think it was Vice President Cisneros who said, see them on the wall, right? And if they're just words, the adults follow, then they're kind of just there, almost ornamental. We can't create your norms for you. As the group, you need to create your norms for yourselves that you then hold each other to. And then Member Sosnick, you talked about the accountability. So we'll go back to my norm example and we'll talk about that before we wrap up. So the first thing that we're gonna do here in a moment is the pet peeve and the thing that people will notice about you. From there, we will go into the brainstorming process. Sound good so far? All right, now let's play the where is in the back of the packet is this. Let me click it so you guys can see what you're looking at. It should be the one that we all found initially. The one that says work step one, it should match that. All right, as I shared, step one is going to be a pet peeve that you have, so something that does not meet your needs in a group, and then something that people will notice about you. So I'm gonna go ahead and give you guys about 2 minutes, and you can look up when you're done, and if we need to give you more time, we will do so. Are we okay to move on? I don't want to rush. Yes, yes, I see some head nods. Member Sosnick, are we okay to move on? Are you sure? I don't want to rush your thinking. Okay, as long as you're good, then we can move on, right? So at some point here real soon, step 2, you will be sharing your pet peeves because that's the only way that you're going to be able to figure out how to not, right? Do that, and sharing that people will notice about you. I'll go ahead and share a couple of mine. And an interesting fact that came out of that. So the first pet peeve I've shared, and I've shared it a number of times, is I don't like people arriving late to meetings. Fast forward to this year, where people thought I was that guy. No, like, I'm worried. I think you're dead on the side of the road, or like you've been abducted by aliens, and I can't focus if I don't know where my people are, because I like literally worry about them. So I get a text like, I don't care if your dog barfed on your shoe, you woke up late, like you got stuck in traffic. As long as I know, then I can like move on in my brain. So my pet peeve is that, but not for the reason people think. So sometimes context matters. The other part of that was something people will notice about me. What's interesting is some of us go negative and some of us go positive. And you sometimes can't figure out which way people are gonna go. Mine goes negative, apparently, or so I was told. My thing you'll notice about me is sometimes I talk over people. I don't mean to. I get so excited, and the thoughts in my brain, and as a former gifted kid, they just blurt out of my mouth. And even at my age, I haven't figured out how to turn that off. So if I get really excited or passionate about something, I will talk over. And I've been trying to work on it, and I'm still working on it. And if I've done it to any of you, I sincerely apologize, but it's not something that I do. My team, knowing that, helped them to understand that I'm not trying to be rude. It's just part of kind of who I've been ingrained to be at this point in my life. And they can call me out on it, and I'm like, oh, I did it again, I'm so sorry. And then no hard feelings on that one. So with that, we are going to work on step 2. I'm not gonna make you say your pet peeves into the microphone, but you guys are gonna have to talk about it at some point. So it's an odd setup, so you might have to kind of move your chairs into a little more collaborative group or scream down the table, whichever I guess works best, right? We don't wanna do that. So step 2. We can't do step 2. You have to figure out how to share the norms. So do we want to say them out loud in the microphone, or would you guys prefer to huddle and move your chairs, because they have wheels on them, to get in a group and share those out? I will leave that up to the group. Doesn't matter? Doesn't matter? If it's easier for you to talk in the microphone, that's fine. Okay, then we will start with President Nielsen and go down. Can you please just share your pet peeve?
Pet peeves?
Yes, sir.
This is really hard because it makes you vulnerable, and people find out who you are or what your pet peeve is without, you appear one way, and like you were saying. I think one of my pet peeves is going off topic, okay? I come to a meeting with an agenda and try to follow the agenda, and somebody's popping off here and popping off here, and by the time the agenda's got a 40-minute or a 50-minute meeting, it's an hour and a half later. And that kind of sets me off, is okay, let's focus on what we're doing. What you've got to say is good, what you've got to say is good, but it has nothing to do with the topic on hand. So that's one of the things that set me off is that. And then in that same thing, if I do a second one there, someone monopolizing it. Take up all the time to put my point across, whatever it might be, and that after so much longer, it's not in line with the topic, I'm sorry, I shut it off. I don't listen anymore, and I doodle or whatever it might be. So I used to know one of my bosses years ago used to carry a red pen, and when it got off topic, he would go through on his page, and every type of an O, he would color it in with a thing like that, and then count at the end how many O's there were on the page. So off topic and monopolizing.
All right. Pet peeve, please?
Well, I kind of did some thinking on this, but I think, growing up, being in a group with people, I just think, especially when we're making decisions, we always have to make a decision. We can't just continue to kick the can down the road. We have to just make a decision then and there, and we have to be brave with it. I think as elected officials, we were elected to make decisions. We can't just continue to, flip-flop or go back and just continue to change things left and right. or say, you know, I don't know how I feel about this now, or so I think that's kind of always been my pet peeve, just in groups and working in student government, when people just cannot make a decision, you know, when our job is to make a decision, you know. So that's something I've always had a pet peeve about, and I've always made a decision whether people like it or not, you know, so that's my pet peeve.
I guess it's kind of similar. I think one of my biggest pet peeves when people don't have strong convictions on anything, you know, when there's nothing that they stand on, it's really hard for me to like engage with those type of people because, you know, it just doesn't seem like if you don't stand for something, you'll fall for anything. So I don't like when people are just flighty in all things. They're lukewarm. You know, there's no yes or no. Everything is a maybe or, you know, I don't like when people are indecisive.
So one of my biggest pet peeves is meeting just to meet. If we're gonna have a meeting, let's make a decision. Let's have a discussion, which leads to other pet peeves, which are being talked at. I hate being in a meeting where I'm just being talked at and told what's happening. And then leaving a meeting with nothing decided, which kind of goes back to that first one.
So I don't like it when we are supposed to collaborate and there's only one person that's trying to collaborate. We're supposed to be all of us collaborating. When people are in a meeting and they're not paying attention and then something comes up and they're like, oh, what are we doing? Well, pay attention. And one of my biggest pet peeves is on time is late and early is on time. That is just huge for me.
Thank you all for being open and vulnerable. You're right. This is a trust experience, and it is powerful for you to go through that knowing that all teachers at some point have gone through this. And some students, I can speak for a couple campuses, the classes have developed their own norms and they use those as well. So it is a powerful process. So I'm going to summarize, and if I didn't get yours correct, I guess you can glare at me or wave. So this is kind of what I gathered from the group. So off topic, monopolizing conversations, being indecisive, not willing to accept alternative views or changing view based on new information. On topic, agreeing to decision and sticking to the decision, and not being collaborative. Close? Okay. So with that, now I'm going to ask you, and we're going to go in reverse order, to share the thing that people will notice about you when working with you on a group, in a group, not on a group, in a group.
This is no surprise. I'm very opinionated. I'm very aggressive. I am a lot like you, where I'm very passionate about what I do and what I believe in, and sometimes words just spew out because I don't have a thought process. I just want to get my words out. But I'm also a team player. Like, I also want what's best. And so I do feel that I play nice with others.
So I read a lot of these. I will have an opinion, but I don't feel the need to debate my opinion. So I'm going to say it, and if it's not going the way I agree with, the majority isn't, or it's not being heard, I just shut down. Like, I'm not going to argue it with you. I'll just say, okay, done, and I just will doodle or whatever in a meeting.
I would say that I tend to be more introspective than anything else, you know, so I am very, very firm in whatever convictions I have, but it's because I have like thought about it like to the 20th degree, like to the point where it can't be thought about anymore.
For me, it's definitely going to be, I'm a natural radical by heart. I think growing up as somebody who was in, loved theater, loved arts, loved singing, and also had an IEP, and struggled a lot was a slow learner, was not good at writing, still not good at writing. You know, I think expressing myself through talking and through action is something that I always found more helpful rather than sitting down and writing how I think. I always felt that I need to express it physically with my voice. So that's something that I've always been, and I guess that's led me to be very opinionated in my opinions, whether people agree with them or not. But it's also helped me become comfortable with myself because I know that's who I am, you know.
And I think from my standpoint, I like to keep quiet and not enter into a conflict if I don't have to. I like to, my background is engineering, of course, so I like to see all the different points of view. Some of them might not sit with what I've learned or what I've put together as an engineer, or, you know, from that standpoint or whatever. I'd like to gather it all, be a little bit more insightful, and then take all of the things together and maybe see what we could do to come directed one way or the other, trying to get all of them in there, but certainly as much as we can in there. So it's, in making decisions, I try to get, you know, that in there, but then kind of quiet on myself, just trying to listen to what's going on.
Perfect. So what I gathered from that is we have some overt extroverts and some extreme introverts, and then you're all trying to figure out how to work together, right? You have people who talk to process as well as express themselves, some people who need quiet, but more processing time, and some people that when they're ready to speak, pretty much that's the decision they've landed on, which is why norms would probably be helpful to allow you guys to move forward and feel honored and respected in the work that you're doing together. So we are going to move on to step 2. So there's a couple ways that we can go about this. And I do want to kind of give you a few points of guidance before I turn you guys loose to work on some norms. We also have in front of us our computers, which is great because AI can help us with stuff, but I'm going to tell you the thing I tell my staff and pretty much anyone I've ever had the pleasure to present this to. You can write whatever you want. If you're not going to do it and if it isn't meaningful for you, then you just wrote down words. They have to be things that you're willing to commit to and hold each other to, which is why we're spending the time here today. So there's a couple of kind of norms that you might want to be mindful of. So behavior norms are things like the being on time, not monopolizing conversations, staying on task, following the agenda. Those are behavior norms. No, those are process norms, I'm sorry. Behavior norms are the ones where you would say something like assume positive intent and intention. We like to say that one a lot, like assume that the words coming to you are from a positive space. On my campus, we talk about being student-centered, student-focused. That would be more of a behavior, right? So whatever words are coming at me, I need to take from the filter of what's best for my kids. That would be more of a behavior, right? So you can create both. It's best to have a balance of, you know, start on time, end on time, and be a good human ones, which are more the behavior ones, or be a positive human to be able to get to work done, right? We don't have to love each other, but at some point at the end of the day, we have to work together, right? And the best we can do that makes it easier for the group and much more pleasant. So with that, I would say the easiest way to do this is to get you guys to start collaborating with each other, which means our voices are going to come off. So I think maybe a minute or two, and I'm pitching it out there. If you have a way that you feel would work better, I'm all ears. Give you a minute or two to think of a norm in your head, whether you find something online that speaks to you, something that you've had in a past life, in a past job experience, that's fine, and then share them with the group, because our goal here is for you to have about 4 to 6 norms at the end of the time today. We don't want to go more than that because nobody's going to remember that. You don't want this laundry list of, you know, you can't, then it becomes rules and not necessarily norms. I can tell you my team, you saw ours, it's basically the 2. They're wordy, I get you, but they kind of cover what we want them to have. Some of ours are longer, some of them are shorter. It depends on what the group needs to be successful. You don't want to have it just be so vague that it doesn't mean anything. So I am going to go ahead, and that's my pitch. Do you guys want a couple of minutes to look for some things online, find some things that make sense to you, or pull some from your experience and then share openly? Or do you guys just want to dig in? I'm fine with whatever.
Can you give us just an example?
Sure. Yes, ma'am.
Are we writing these norms just for today? Are we writing these norms for the rest of the year?
It's a great question. The purpose of today, since we've taken so much of your valuable time, is to have norms that the group is going to use in operating to move forward. So from today and beyond, to again revisit, right? Because I'm going to tell you the first time we wrote ours, we talked about them every day, and then you go back, okay, that doesn't make sense, or we don't need that one. So you engage with them a lot in the beginning. So the norms I have from my campus: be professional, that's the heading. Prepared, on time, actively listening, participating with open and honest communication. Those are more like how I want you to process the meeting. Conversations will be student-focused and solutions-oriented. Some of you talked about how you don't want to keep, right? What is that, beating a dead horse or whatever the euphemism is. And then accountability, we went ahead and put that on there, but that took us a little while, and that is to keep it, so I think it was Member Sosnick that said one person going, you're violating norms. We don't want that. We want it to be, and Regan's pretty good at that with me. Miss Chicas is also real good. She'll tap me and tell me when I'm talking over people, because she knows I don't mean to do that and I'm not doing that. So even as a principals group, we do hold each other accountable, even though we're just peers. Did that help? And you do have the slides in your packet if you need to go back. So I'm taking it, we're going to work quiet for a couple minutes, and then we're going to share out and come up with that. I see some head nods, so I'm going to go with yes. Thank you. I asked Ada if she would capture them.
I think it would be helpful too if you could read off the norms that like admin has, that you guys all have for yourself, like as a collective, the E-team, the directors. If you could read those to us too.
I will need to get my technology for that because I don't have them memorized. How about academic service? You met any admin team, or do you have a specific one?
I think if you guys have admin meetings, you said you guys like have your norms.
Can one of you pull up an agenda that has the norms on it? Sorry, I did not come prepared.
Pull up academic services agenda so we can read off the norms to them.
Pretty wordy. This is what we have when we met with Ms. Armstrong, myself, Mr. DeLesio, Ms. Kaufman, and Dr. Haid. We will, and Mr. Verrill. We will act with positive intent, seek clarifications as needed, and keep an open mind. We will commit to assuming positive intent in all interactions. We will manage our emotions and ensure our verbal and nonverbal communication reflects respect, professionalism, and support for one another. We will share and listen courageously and equitably, and we will hold ourselves accountable and fully commit to decisions made as a team. We will value our time together and commit to staying fully engaged during team activities. Personal use of technology is not permitted unless addressing an urgent safety issue. If such a situation arises, please step out of the room to handle it.
And so, like she said, those are rather wordy. And in our circumstances, we felt like we needed that as we were establishing a new team under new leadership, and we really needed to dive into our work. And so those are what we operate in when we meet with academic services. And we start with them. We hold people accountable during the meeting, as well as we close out with them.
No, I think that I just wanted some examples, like, you know,
Love it.
internally, and then like Dr. Lafitte, like if you know, maybe there's like some norms that you create with your meetings that you have as well.
Literally every team in the district office has norms. So every site, every leadership team. So if we're going through, we're literally going to read dozens of sets of norms. So I can read through some additional norms, but I don't. It's if it's more for accountability to know that we do it, that's fine. I'd rather that be the statement more so, because everyone, it's a requirement that we all have in place, that we've all put in place as we're moving towards becoming high functioning teams. E-team. It's a part of our work as becoming high functioning teams that we know we need to do and that we hold ourselves to. April. Ours are a little bit more simplistic. Begin and end our meetings on time. Keep our meetings purposeful by including only relevant agenda items. Approach all discussions with positive intent, curiosity, and openness. Hold ourselves accountable and commit to the team's decisions. And so we went with those because what we wanted to do, the thing that I always try to communicate to every team that we have is when the decision is made, whether you agree with it or not, collectively as a team, we walk out of that room on the same space just simply because we can't have cracks in the armor, because when we don't agree and we share disagreement, then what the community, what the public, what staff, what everyone sees is there's just this issue of they're not even in line with one another. So how are they going to get us to be at that same place? So I think once we did it, and we started it at our all admin meeting, the reason we did it there, and that's where Ms. Armstrong and Ms. Chicas first started. They led that conversation. Well, it started with Dr. A, then as some of the work that was leading up to that, and then Ms. Armstrong, Ms. Chicas carried that over, and they started to translate that across all teams. So they came in to support everyone with the work to make sure we had a seasoned facilitator who could come in, keep us in line, keep us in target, and move us forward. And so every team now knows, and every department knows, they have to have norms, they have to be accessible, and they have to follow those.
And the norms kind of mirror the team, if that makes sense. Some of us are verbose, we like to use lots of words, and some of us are very do this, do this, do this. So they kind of take on the personality of the team. So do each of you have something that you want to share? Yes?
And I'm going to write them up on the board while you guys say them, and Ada is going to.
So how about this? Thumbs up if you have a norm that you're interested in sharing with the group. I see 2. So we need more work time? Yes, we're good? You don't have one yet, Member Sosnick? Huh? Okay. So then I need to give you guys another couple minutes to come up with a norm, and we can honor and respect to make sure we have every voice heard. Is that acceptable with the rest of the group? Can we do that? Thank you. I just won't show the video. Yeah, I know you're going to write and show time. I won't show the video. I can talk through it real quick. I asked her if she would, as they said their norms, if she would capture it. That's all. Ladies, do you have something in mind you can share here shortly? Yes, you do? Ms. Sosnick, are you okay? Okay. So now we're going to share them and then figure out what makes sense for us. So if I could have your attention real quick, I'm going to show you something. It's pretty simple. We use this a lot. It's called a fist of 5. So sometimes we vote this way, right? And that's not very nuanced, right? Because sometimes you're not yes, you're not no. We get a lot of this. I'm guilty of this. So fist of 5, what we use on campus, gives you kind of a range. So 5 means totally fine with it. 4 means not my favorite, but I can live with it. 3 means I'll live with it. Anything 3 or lower means that. And a 0 means I can't live with that. The rule on our campus, and I think in a couple other groups, that anything 2 or lower we discuss. If you're 3 or higher, you've admitted you can live with it. You don't have to love it, right? But you can live with it and you move on. Are we okay with using fist of 5 once we get our norms out there to make sure that we can live with those? Is that okay? Yeah? Oh, look, I got my first fist of 5. Thank you. So 5, I have one person who's okay with it. Are the rest of you 5, 4, 3? You can live with it? 3, 5? Okay, there we go. Good job. All right, who wants to be brave and share theirs first? Yes, ma'am.
With regard to the one labeled handling disagreements, I said we will strive to foster constructive, respectful, and open dialogue, emphasizing task-oriented rather than personal conflict.
Okay, we're going to try to capture those. So can you read that again for Ms. Kaufman? And I think Ms. Ada is also trying to capture those.
So we'll strive to foster constructive, respectful, and open dialogue. We'll emphasize task-oriented rather than personal conflict.
Ada, you got it? Okay, one of us has it. As long as one of us has it written down. Ms. Stallard, I believe you had your hand up.
So I really liked and I looked it up too, the whole unity and one voice, like regardless of whether or not we like a decision that was made, if the majority, the majority rules, we leave here united and we stand behind the decision that the majority made. Yeah, and we stand united. So no, I guess no bashing the decision, no.
So you're talking more than a consensus?
Yes.
Okay.
Because
So-
like Dr. Lafitte said, if we don't stand united, then everybody sees it. Like the district sees it, the community sees it, the staff sees it, the students end up seeing it. And then we look like we can't function as a board.
Okay.
I applaud those people who can write norms very verbose, like Miss Barnett-Haired. I'm not that way. My norms are always like 1 or 2 words. So mine, same thing here. Student-centric. We need to be centered around students, what they need for achievement and growth.
So focused on student achievement or student-centered? Because, well, do you want to go
Student-centered.
so small? Because well-being matters,
Yeah.
right? You can't learn if you're not in a good headspace.
Student-centered.
Student-centered.
Yeah.
I'm not trying to change your words. I'm just asking for clarification.
Mine was actually similar to Amy's. It was like make decisions that improve student outcomes.
Student outcomes.
Yeah,
Okay.
student outcomes. That's the one I came up with.
Was there anything else you wanted to add?
Just that one as of right now.
Yes, sir.
I think it's in line with that on the communications, student-focused for their achievement and success.
Okay. You're doing great there, Tina. I don't think you know what you signed up for when you said you were going to write them on the board, huh? All right. So in looking at these, now our job is to create them into something that we feel meets our needs, right? And honors.
Are there any others that,
I heard from everybody. I'm sorry. Did I cut anybody off?
I've got a couple others that,
Okay.
not that I want to
thought-
monopolize, but.
No. We'll be off topic.
Yeah, right. The one that you had mentioned, I think, was verbal and nonverbal communications, focus on the benefit of the whole
Yeah,
for us as a team.
that's fine. And again, at the end of the day, I'm just trying to help you facilitate something that you guys feel comfortable with. I can't necessarily dictate your norms to you, or this would have ended about an hour ago when I would have told you what your norms were. And that doesn't seem like it's going to meet your needs either. Yes, ma'am?
This is like walking a fine line, but I want to let the people we hire do what we hired them to do. Like, if we hired you to be a teacher, I want them, our goals or our focus is to like let them be teachers, let them do their teacher job. If we hired you to be a director, then I want you to be a director and make those decisions that a director makes. And I don't know how to word that, but that was in my notes.
So are you saying something along the lines of honor and trust our employee groups, or
Sure.
honor and
That's-
trust our some other word?
Employee groups works, that's fine.
Because I think that's what you're saying, right?
Yeah.
Whether it's a principal or a teacher or a custodian, we've hired them to do the best of
I
their
don't-
ability, and honor and trust that they will meet those expectations. I'm not
I
trying to
don't-
put words, I'm
know.
trying to summarize.
No, you're doing a lot better job explaining what I'm thinking.
And then I see you, and then, did you want to chime in also?
Yeah, so basically just leave the, I guess, day-to-day operations, not leave them, but basically leave them out to the superintendent, like, to trust. To the same thing that Amy's saying.
So I hear what you're saying, and my wonder is if we're going too far into the weeds, because, and I'm not trying to cut anyone off or be disrespectful, and I know Vice President Cisneros, you wanted to chime in, but in looking at these, we need, the point of today is to have some things that you guys can anchor to when you're having collaborative discussions to push those conversations forward more so than divide the conversations from the onset. Does that make sense? Got a lot of quiet, okay. So we need to make some decisions because we have plenty of things on there, and if we are hyper-focused on every single nuance of the conversation, my thought would be that that is not productive for the group. That could be something that could be done in the accountability statements, right? So if you're feeling that not letting employee groups manage themselves or have their autonomy that they need, again, defined autonomy, right? That could be viewed as not being student-centered because you're paying people to trust them. So there could be things in there that are broad enough but contextualized for the work that the board does, which I'm hearing from some of you isn't in the weeds according to your opinion. I'm sorry, I know you had your hand up a while ago.
Yeah, I wanted to add an accountability part in there, but I think, the board is elected from the public to, steward taxpayer dollars in the budget, but also to hold the staff accountable that the board hires, through the superintendent, which oversees daily. So I do like the trust employee to group, but I do think there has to be a section in there that comes to the board will hold staff accountable when.
And I know Ms. Headings is also doing a part about using the PLC philosophy and looking at the board's roles. Some of those might be accountability statements, and again, if the goal of today was to come up with ways that we can have interactions with each other, not necessarily don't do this, orient that it's more process oriented. So with what we have on there, Ada, will you repeat the really long one? We will strive.
I think that one's done already.
Foster constructive, respectful, and open dialogue, emphasizing task-oriented discussion rather than personal conflict.
Is there any problem with that first statement that we think we need to add to? Can I get this 5? So 5 being for stipends, we'll look at 3, no twos, no ones. We can move on. Okay, we have a couple of things, stand united, consensus, student-centered, makes decisions that are student outcomes. So these 3 can go together. Can we come up with a way that we want to say that kind of swooshes it all together? You don't think student-centered? Those 3 could not get work with it. Oh, no, I skipped over the stand united. I'm going for the easy ones. I figured that one was not gonna be a hard sell, so I'm going for that one. So student-centered decisions Is that? Yeah. Okay. So that could be different. Go ahead, Dr. Lafitte.
So it sounds like, are you tying that one to Stand United?
Yeah, because that one, because if you're talking about, and I think what you're talking about is like during a meeting, right? Like assuming positive intent, if you ask me a question, these are your norms, I'm trying to figure them out too. We're all in this together, right? What I was hearing is two different things, like Dr. Lafitte said. Some of it is the after the fact, and some of it is that verbal and nonverbal. We have a version of that in a couple meetings, and it's basically, there's more wordy ones, it's that assume positive intent and intentions. I think in academic services ones, it's we will maintain respectful expressions, because, you know, you can roll your eyes at someone, and that generally means you don't agree with them, or have other body language or tics that you could say the nicest words, but your body is saying the opposite of what your words are saying, or your tone. So
Can we take yours and put it up there?
I've done this once or twice, thank you. So we want to say maintain positive verbal and nonverbal communication, understanding that means if I say something that member Barnett does not like, her rolling her eyes isn't exactly treating me with respect, not that she ever would. But I'm not talking with the microphone, I'm sorry. Is that okay? Can we live with that? Well, let's do our fist to five. So can we maintain positive verbal and nonverbal communication? Is that something that the group feels would be helpful for them when they're working together?
I think for me, I'm confused by maintain.
We can wordsmith all we want. I think it, yeah.
I understand what you mean by I'm nonverbal to communicate without intending to. So
Okay.
you're asking me, I will maintain it all the time, but we're just saying.
Be aware?
Okay.
Could we say be aware? Could we live with be aware? Because sometimes, as I shared, I don't realize when I'm talking over people, and others who love me care enough about me to call me out and help me to work on that, because I don't intend to. Would be aware be acceptable? Or just have positive verbal and nonverbal communication?
So this is what I have from another school district.
Sure.
Board norms that communicate with one another together or separately, publicly or private, in an honest, open, and professional manner. Something like that.
Covers not only the
It
board
covers
meetings, but
basically
private
everything,
interactions. And
you
that
know?
also kind of comes to what you were saying.
Yeah.
With some of them maybe the sidebar conversations or things that may or may not be healthy.
Yeah.
Will you repeat that so Ada can, I don't know, I'm gonna.
Does communicate with one another together or separately, publicly, or privately in an honest, open, and professional manner.
Can we fist a five on that? Okay, I've got a 3, I've got a 4, I saw some 5s. Well, rule is 3 or better, we move on. Will of the group, right? All right, so we have 3. Do those 3 feel like a good jumping off point for the group to start having to orient themselves around collaborative times, whether they're here, whether they're, I'm assuming you guys have other meetings. I know sometimes you have meetings with the superintendent where you have smaller meetings, right? I'm assuming you talk to each other at some point. Again, making assumptions. Would those 3 be a good jumping off point for the group to start organizing themselves around having working norms?
Start.
I hear it's to start. Do we want more, or is this? Because sometimes starting where you're at is fine. Like, if this is going to help us to have positive interactions or work on that, then 3 is plenty. And we can always, again, they're not carved in stone, they're written on the whiteboard. They can be erased, they can be changed, they can be revisited by the group if we need to add or massage any of them. So fist to 5 if we want to call the 3 good for now. Is that a 3?
So this will just be, which ones will we
So,
not be doing?
thank you.
So we will strive to foster constructive, open dialogue and eliminating the personal conflict, and Ada has the specific verbiage. The second one, staying student focused, and then the other one was the one that you read, sir, the communicate with one another with all those conditions, and then Ada has the verbiage.
Would those be a good 3 to start with?
You want to read it? Sure.
Well, we'll try. Norm 1, we will strive to foster constructive dialogue, respectful and open dialogue, emphasizing task-oriented discussion rather than personal conflict. And I'm sorry, I can delete the first dialogue.
May I make a suggestion on the we will strive? Can we just say we will? Because we need to do it. We don't need to just try doing it. Could we take out the word strive? So then we can just say we will do this?
I agree with that.
Fist to 5, I got a
No
5.
problem with that.
5. Fist to 5? What are you?
Go on one.
You're-
Go on one.
Yeah, that's fine.
For your better? For your better?
What about the accountability and the
Yeah.
Stand United?
Yeah, that's, I think, kind of what Ms. Armstrong is asking is, do we want to start with these 3? Or do we want to continue?
That's not a me question. But my
Three's a
suggestion
good
was
start.
starting with
You've had 3 in yours. I mean, in the example you gave us. And again, you review that at the beginning of the year, the end of the year. I think one of the other topics we're going to be talking about later here is board goals. So we could talk about this as a beginner, and then as we need to
And you
change,
can add,
alter, whatever, we
as
can
long
do
as-
that in the future.
Absolutely, as long as the board agrees, like, again, these are a jumping off point, so I think to honor and respect everyone's time, we had a quick conversation about, are these 3 enough to get us started with a process that is new for us? And we did a fist to 5, and most of you were 3 or better. Is that still okay?
Yeah, that's fine.
Are you okay with that, Linda?
Yeah? Yes, okay. So those will be the 3, and again, you guys have your, do you want Ada to read them back again?
The other 2. She read the first one. I just want to make sure.
Okay.
Second, if you would like to continue with the same language, we will be student-focused.
Fist to 5? All right. Last one.
We will communicate with one another, together or separately, publicly or privately, in an honest, open, and professional manner.
And we just voted on that one a couple of times. Do we need to vote again? I already got fist to 5 on this one twice.
I just wanted her to read them out.
Okay. So those are the 3 that we are going to get to you today, so you can have those to begin maybe and revisit again this afternoon when you do the board goals. In the interest of time, because, you know, coming to norms and consensus takes a minute sometimes, I am going to just talk briefly through this next one. It's a funny video. I'll tell you the funny parts. And if you really want to watch it, then let me know. I can make sure I get it to you. I think a couple of you brought this up. So norms are great. Accountability is awesome, but they're words. They have to be practiced, and it can be very uncomfortable, especially if we don't have ways to do that. That's why the fist to 5 kind of takes some of that away, right? It allows for open conversation, and it's not just blurting somebody's name out or calling them out. Norms without accountability don't really matter to anyone. That's not true. Some of us will always do the things that we're supposed to do, and some of us have their own ways to go about it. One of the things that's in this video, and we chose these videos intentionally to kind of show you guys what's being done on the campuses, as well as at the administrative level. So this talks about, it's Louis Cruz, he talks about different scenarios that nobody waits for. He and Dr. Muhammad have a couple great lines in there. Dr. Cruz says something along the lines of, we all know what, moral norms are, right? We have norms that we adhere to. So for example, if someone were to show up in the parking lot not dressed for their first day of work and exit the car and walk to the school, no one would say, ooh, wait till the principal sees you. Like, they would be like, no, you need to get in your car. There's something not right? You wouldn't wait for that person to keep going. Dr. Muhammad also goes on and shares that as adults, we don't like to have the interactions with adults, but we ask our kids to do it. So if you think about that, when we're doing peer mediations and things like that, right, we do ask our children to use their words. So as adults, we should also model what the children are doing and what's the worst case scenario. Sometimes we don't like each other's words, but we have to learn how to manage them, and we're also modeling that. So that's a quick real quick summary. The video is way better than that. So I think I'm now turning it over to Tina, or am I keeping talking?
I was on that, but I think that due to the interest of time, and I think the work they did, we could skip the growth and fixed.
Okay. So I'm going to go through these next couple of slides, and you do have them in your packet if you want to follow along so you don't feel super rushed. It's slide 14. So if you're looking at some paradigm shifts, so words matter. I think in being at the number of board meetings I've been at, I would venture to say that you feel that words matter. How we say things, right? The words that we use, how we present, those matter, right? As we're sharing them. So if we're shifting from non-accountability to accountability, we want to first focus on the beliefs. So positive beliefs would be people are here to solve the problem, right? We want to make sure we work together. We have challenges, but they bring us together instead of divide us. We want to also talk about that growth mindset, not being kind of set in one thing and being willing to take on new information to see if it does change our mind. Doesn't have to, right? But open to the new information. And then blaming doesn't help anything. Ownership in it. One of the things I was going to share, so when I was blessed enough to take on the principalship at Estrella Vista, the school's letter grade was not what it is today. I could have walked into the staff and said, you were a C, I am not, because I was at a school that got a higher grade. That wasn't going to get anyone anywhere. We were in this together. I was the leader of the school, so we were what we were. And moving forward helps us all to realize what we need to do, roll up our sleeves, and there was no one of us, whether we were there before or not. That was who we were at that moment and who we strove to change to be. Your focus. You want to think about being accountable, focus on the problems, not the people, right? If we continue to hash the past, sometimes we never see moving forward. We get to that, well, we've always done this mentality, and that doesn't make people feel super positive about interactions. We want to focus on correction and restoration, looking at facts instead of blame, and then learning to do the job better. So everything is an exercise in what are our systems that failed, what happened here. It doesn't have to be a person thing. Clearly something didn't go right. Let's talk about it and figure out what we can do better. Those conversations are far more positive than how dare you let X happen. Generally, whatever happened, nobody intended for that to happen, right? And that we want to be solutions oriented. We also want to look at those focus on results. And I know that word came up a couple of times. It can be outcomes, but how PLC generally defines it is that results. If we are ensuring things and we're not making assumptions, we're able to check into that. We want to empower. We want to make sure that we're having those higher levels of trust, being proactive, being clear. Clear is kind. Knowing what people want from you makes it a lot easier to be able to do that. Being able to take risks. Another quick conversation from my campus. When I first took over, there was a lot of, in the past we did this, and in the past we did this, now, and then it was, can we? Can we do this? Can we change this agenda? And now it's, hey, we need to change this because it's not meeting our needs, and this is what we need to do to be able to track student outcomes. So it's shifted from them asking for my permission to coming to me with, this is what we need and why, and having a discussion. And isn't that what we want everyone to be able to do? Because that's truly focused on our students. We want to focus on that constant growth. We want to make sure that we are working on high levels of morale, lower turnover rates, and employee engagement. I can let you know that I am on a campus that does practice PLC. I won't say strictly, but we follow the tenets very well, and our turnover has been pretty minimal. We do have people that enjoy the process and the structure that it brings and have seen it increase our student outcomes, so that makes it a viable process and system for us. So as a result, I can tell you the campuses I've been on that do that tend to have some lower turnover. Now, that's not to say somebody doesn't get married, go in the military, move out of state, but the choice ones. So there's things that are out of our control, and there's things that are in our control. So being in a space where you feel you are able to take risks, things are clear, you have some autonomy, and you have some trust. Think of yourself as an employee. I know I would thrive in that more so than not. I talked over you.
That's perfectly fine. We're balancing really well back and forth. And so, like I said, we did skip this activity. We were going to have you guys go through, we were going to read off some growth mindset statements and some fixed mindset statements so you guys had a real understanding of what it is. But your guys' conversation today has been amazing. So we think that we're in a good spot, and in the interest of time, we're going to talk about accountability. So now, here's sometimes the big sticky piece, is we have to hold ourselves and our teammates accountable. And that, like everybody has pretty much said here, can be a difficult thing when we have to hold our peer accountable. Some people have a hard time with that. Some people are like, oh no, I eat that for breakfast. And so we're going to watch a quick 5-minute video, right? Right. Okay. I don't know why I'm with that one thinking that's the video. And so we have to come to consensus then. So when we're in our meetings, when we're at the DS, what are we going to do to hold each other accountable? So you guys probably need to talk amongst you guys, the 5 of you, to make that determination. But then also keeping in mind that executive team has a role in that as well, because they're sitting at the DS with you. So these are the norms that you guys are operating under. We just started with our 3. Take a minute. Write down, how would we like to hold each other accountable when we're up there? Sometimes, and I'm going to give examples so you guys can start writing if you want to, we have one group that they sit kind of apart from each other so people can usually see, and they stick a sticky note when somebody's violating the norms and everybody checks themselves. Yeah. And that works for them. I actually had one group that they wanted to say, knock it off. And they agreed after going through discussion. They just wanted to say, knock it off. Because they had a couple people who were just not doing what they were supposed to be doing, and they weren't getting the clues, so they just said it. And then sometimes it's just a, hey, can we get back on track? Or, hey, that's a sidebar conversation. Can we take that later? And just doing a gentle tap or a gentle reminder to someone. So take that minute and decide as a team, well, first, take a minute for yourself and look to see what would be a good accountability measure. And then again, we're going to have to go fist to 5, something that everybody can live with for the accountability measure, if by chance anybody is violating norms. I'll give you a minute, and then we will do similar share out and then come to a consensus on our accountability measure. And then the one that Miss Armstrong had shared earlier that her campus does as their big group is their accountability, gentle reminders for peers, tap, a note, or redirection to the norms. We'll give you about 30 more seconds to come up with what you would like to propose as your accountability measure, and then we can vote on them. And then this time we'll start right in the middle with Rachel, and then we'll go to her left, and then we'll go to her right. Rachel?
I would suggest simply saying, to each other, you're being inappropriate right now, or I'm gonna hold you accountable. Like just blatantly tell them, like, I'm gonna hold you accountable right now, or you're out of line right now, or you're inappropriate.
Okay. Marcus?
Yeah, basically just what, Rachel said. I think, a governing board is elected by the public, to oversee a school district. So I think, we are accountable, to the taxpayers, to the students, to the staff. So, you know, I just agree with Rachel, you know.
Okay. Amy?
Okay. So I love holding each other accountable, and I think, you know, telling someone or just saying, hey, you're doing it. I think my concern is our interpretation of our norms is different amongst the five of us. Something that I think is student focused may not be something that another board member thinks student focused. So I would prefer that conversation not be like publicly in a recorded YouTube meeting. You know what I mean? Like, I'm just saying, like, I don't want in the middle of a board meeting one of my peers to hold me accountable publicly in front of everyone. So I would say maybe it's a post-it note or something like handed to me if it's during a meeting or something public instead of being at the dais spoken into a microphone.
So may I use the word discreetly?
Discreetly, that's fine.
Okay.
Somebody
spell it for me?
DISCR.
Just,
Redirect.
yeah. Well, I just think a conversation can be had on how I define it and how someone else defines it, and good things can come from that conversation. I just may not want it to be public.
Thank you for bringing that up, Amy. You don't want a battle of the board members on YouTube.
Yeah.
It's not quite the same as Battle of the Bands. Linda?
So I agree with what Amy was saying, but also Curtis is actually pretty good about redirecting us when we, so I guess the board president, about redirecting us when either A, we say something we shouldn't, or we get off topic, or we are inappropriate. But yeah, I don't want someone to publicly call me out because I don't have a good filter.
I have a thought that just kind of came to me. Another way to be accountable to the norms is to hold yourself accountable to the norms. So something the board could consider is you have your norms that we agreed upon. You can start the meeting with them, say them, and at the end you can self-reflect or reflect on others, and then it's not a public calling out, but also can be addressed in that same time. So at the end of the meeting it could be, so in our norms, how did we do today? Or, you know, Member Sosnick, I feel that you weren't maintaining positive eye contact. I don't know, I'd make something up. But that could be something that might be easier as a starting off. And again, this is your jumping off point. So wherever this takes you, it takes you. So that could be food for thought in holding yourselves accountable and revisiting the norms at the end to go over where you feel they may have been violated.
Could you give some just examples of how you all do it when it comes to like accountability internally, like for admin?
Yeah,
Maybe
it's
Dr.
the
Lafitte could
gentle
give some
reminder. We have enough
for a
trust that we
reminder.
can call each other out, and we all agree that we don't want to call each other out publicly, because if it's something like that, then we have a private discussion, and I've had a few of them with people, and they've had them with me, but they're generally a me and them conversation, and sometimes that setting isn't the time to go at our philosophical differences, because it's not going to shift or change anything, and we have different perspectives that we are passionate about as well. So for the majority of the meetings I'm in, it is that gentle reminder, and it is more of those things. Now, we are starting to find our way into a couple of conversations that are a little more, what's the word I want to use? I'll say combative, but charged, how's that? And those have been private conversations with that person that we've been able to agree to disagree and figure out how we are not going to keep our personal views from moving the group forward. Does that help?
Yeah.
So I just have a question with your group and whatever. It's different than our group. We're a public group
Yes.
and whatever, and we have an agenda. And we can't stray from the agenda. I'm sure you've got the agenda there, but we're held to whatever we've got on the thing right there. You can't talk about something that's not on the agenda. I can't even open to public.
It's same with our admin team.
Okay.
If I am to be seen bickering with my assistant principal in front of the staff, you can generally imagine how that's going to end for whatever topic we're discussing, right?
Well, I've got these crazy things in front of me right
Yeah,
now.
we had to skip over
No,
that
no,
because,
no,
sorry.
let me finish here just a second. If each one of those had, I mean, I'm agreeing with, we don't want to do something public and say, okay, call somebody to think. But if each one of us had one of these little things in our hands, we're all accountable for one another. And if that comes up that we're not accountable, rather than passing sticky notes around, sticky notes get tacky. I don't know if it's on the wall, all of a sudden you see the board start passing these sticky notes around. Just something indiscreet or whatever, just, hold up, are you being accountable?
Does this need to be something that maybe when they're talking about the board goals, like we need to think about it time? Or, I know I keep handing it back. Is this something, if we're unable to come up with a consensus right now, is this something that we need to wrap our brains around and that kind of comes back during the board goals? I'm asking.
So I think maybe so. I think there's a level of professionalism, and I think for the most part, even comparatively, there's a level of decorum on the dais. Like there's not going to be any, mudslinging to a point. There's going to be constructive disagreements because we are each elected and or appointed. And so the public enjoyed something about this person, said, I see something in them, I want this person to represent my district. Now, that being said, I do think it's ideal, the way that you said that you all have it, but I think that takes time, and there's a level of developing that relationship, that rapport. I've been on the board now for, I think, 3 years. I've never spoken to anybody on the board except one person. You see what I'm saying? So that relationship it's just not there. There's no relationship there except once a month or twice a month I'll see you when we sit at the dais and we're making these decisions or having meetings like this. So it would not be realistic to think that I could have a conversation like you described at this point in time with someone, hey, let's meet and talk, because that relationship is not there. There's no foundation. So I think we have to find a way. This maybe can be something we kind of put a pin in and we discuss it later because it's important to have that, but I do think it really comes down to the fact that there's going to be a level of decorum and professionalism. No one's going to be, sitting up there, calling people out like that. That's not realistic.
Yes, ma'am.
Well, yeah, and not only that, but we're live, so it makes it a little bit, we can't reach over and say, hey,
I'm going to be honest, and this is me not living up to that accountability. I more than likely am not going to address anyone publicly in a live board meeting if they're not meeting the norms. And this goes back to what you know about me earlier. I'm going to say my piece and then I'm done. I'm not going to argue my point of view. So if we are to be holding each other accountable, it is going to have to be something discreet or it's not going to come from me.
So we could either go back to, we review the norms at the beginning, we review the norms at the end, and we self-assess, that could be, or we think about that, put a pin in it, and decide to come back to it when we're talking about the board goals. And that is a decision that the 5 of you need to make, because it's not for us to decide what works best for you.
Yeah, and I think the biggest thing, we're all individually elected. We have our, certain reasons I ran for the board. And as long as I think we all agree that we're never going to, publicly shame or, we can disagree, I know this, I think the problem with a lot of systems is that a lot of elected officials don't think they can ever disagree with the system they were elected to uphold. But I think that's democracy. That's why we became a country in the first place, was because people didn't think the system was serving them. So they have people who challenge the system to make it better. So I think, but we do that in a way that obviously respects. I'm never going to say that, my colleagues are terrible people, but I may disagree with their decisions, as board members, but, never comes to a personal level. But that's just kind of where I think we have
Thank
that.
you, yeah, thank you for mentioning that, because definitely is that it is extremely important that we're not calling the people out and that we have those relationships, and we can disagree, but those norms are going to help us for how we disagree. And so it sounds to me like we're not quite sure on the accountability measure yet. So what we're going to do is we're going to start with our norms, and then at the end we're going to start with holding ourselves accountable until we have developed a better routine and procedure and comfort level. Is that what I'm hearing? Rather than creating, okay, I am doing a popsicle stick or I'm passing a note.
I think, yeah, we just have to develop, later. This is not going to be something we have now in this moment. We're not going to be able to establish those norms right now because that rapport is not here, that relationship is not there. I think when we get to a point where those relationships are developed, then we can come to a place where we're able to have those discreet conversations or find a way in which we trust each other. So if someone who I'm familiar with and I'm comfortable with gives me criticism and say, hey, listen, I don't agree with what you said, I'm going to receive it a lot softer than someone who I don't have that relationship with. You see? And so I think also there you make reference to us having a level of self-reflection and a level of self-accountability. A lot of times when you are in a stance on something, you don't see that you're maybe not conveying it the right way. So to say oh, I'm just gonna hold myself accountable, that's not really realistic, because if you are not able to hold yourself accountable because you think that you're right about something, nothing's ever gonna change. You're just gonna next meeting, did I hold myself accountable? I did great. Next week, you just got to cussing everybody out. The next week, I did phenomenal. So you just have to, it's about having relationships, and we'll get there.
Okay, so I think I heard two different things in that one. So I heard, yes, we wanted to move forward with the end accountability, but then also we have to truly be a self-reflective piece. And you may say on yours, oh yeah, I did great, everything's perfect. But in the same token, others are saying reflection at the end. Where would we like to go?
Yeah,
Okay.
let's put a pin in it.
Okay.
And,
Dr.
and,
Levy?
I, and I think too, yeah, put a pin in it, but also finding out what this is on the agenda, so I just want to know, did we feel that there's an urgency for the board to address this, That's kind of what if there's a dire need, because I looked at other boards and they don't really have norms. So, our accountability protocols, so I think does the administration really think that the board needs to have this, in place?
So again, as I started the meeting, the rationale for all of the items on here have a specific purpose. To this point of it, I spoke to us just making sure we have a common language and just my perspective, seeing it and take it how you choose. There's not common language, and there's not a common understanding of how we're moving in certain areas. I think even the 3 norms that we've come up with, it was even stated that I think we may see these 3 differently. And so that for me is where we need to figure out how to build our understanding, our rapport, our trust of one another, is when we can begin to understand where everyone is coming from and know that as we're making these decisions, I truly understand why my colleagues made the decisions they made. Not for the purpose of antagonizing me, but for the purpose of their belief system, their experiences, their understanding led them to this. And I respect that understanding. So, I'm, as a board, if the decision is to say we've come up with 3, we'll hold on accountability, it's fine. I am going to bring these things up again and again and again until we get to a place where, at the very beginning, the 3rd slide, I believe, said to become a highly functioning team. And that's the ultimate goal. If as a board, you want my executive team to be highly functioning. If as superintendent, I want our leadership and our staff and all other teams to be highly functioning, I have to expect it of all. I can't expect it of some. I can't expect it of partial. I can't expect it of a piece. And that's the only way to begin to move an organization forward to accomplish the outcomes that we want. We say we want high levels of student achievement. We say we want these things, but we all have to be a part of that process and that conversation. I agree with some of the comments of the self-accountability piece, and from everyone's perspective, they're holding themselves accountable. But I'll be honest, from my lens, that's not the case. That's not the case, because remember, I'm in this land of governance and operations. I engage with community, I engage with staff, I engage with folks all around, and I kind of see where some of the gaps are. And so as I bring things forward to the board, is for the perspective of How do we move us forward? How do we take educated risk so that we can get the outcomes that we wanted? When I came in, when I was hired as the board's employee, as I'm the sole employee of the board, as I was hired, it was help us to accomplish these things. And so my steps moving forward are to help us accomplish these things. And I believe we can get there as long as what I believe. And I always tell everyone we're a team. And the approach that I take with everyone is as a team is we have to look for the collective good of all. Whether I hang out with Ms. Sillis or not, we both know that we have each other's best interest at heart. So everything, when I walk in the morning, to the point at which we meet regularly. Ms. Sillis and I meet daily to go over where are we at in this, where are we at in the planning, where are we at in the structure. Even if it's a phone call or a virtual, because I'm at another meeting, we touch base because we want to make sure that we're building the relationship, that we're getting to the place where the outcomes exist that we want. She knows exactly what I want and what I'm looking for. And I know that she's going to keep me in line to get those things. And I always give her the autonomy to I always say, just say what it is you need to say. Because she'll tell me, hey, this is on the plan. Did you consider this? Did you think about that? Doesn't hurt my feelings because I know she wants me to look good. It makes her look good. It makes us all look good. So all of these items are here for a very specific purpose. I tried to tie them all together so that they can help lead us as a group and as a team to the outcomes that we say we want. I'm an individual who, if we say we want it, we have to do the actions to get there. Don't just tell me you want it. If you're going to tell me you want it now, let's put in the work and let's do what we need to. And that's the reason why I asked these leaders, because one of the slides that Ms. Armstrong shared was about belief. And when we talk about culture of accountability and belief, the key thing to me was people are the solution. That's why I had them do this, because everything we've been doing has been based on the work that they had done and the successes they had seen. They are the solution. And so I said, how do we now put you in front of people so that everyone knows the things that seem like the most non-meaningful pieces really are those hidden foundational things that drive us and move us forward. Because if we don't do these little things well, we'll never do anything well. So I know that was a long way to answer that question of there's a reason for all of this. I'll be honest. And it was even stated here, the relationships don't exist, the connections aren't there. How do we begin to put those in place? And this is one of the steps. The next presentation is another part of that step. When we get to the strategic plan, and I know we're way off time now, but I do appreciate your work. I do appreciate it. When we get to the strategic plan, there's some components there that lead to the next piece, because those all are going to circle back to this. And then when we get to the bond discussion, it's going to go right back to those same things. We say we want student achievement, this. So now the request that once Ms. Pena and her group of presenters come up talk about is going to tie back into all of this. So for me, I try to connect it. If it doesn't connect, learning point for me, growing point. People can always come to me later and say, hey, help me connect the dots. I'm fine with those conversations. I am completely fine with them. I always offer to have a meeting and conversation with everyone. But I also think this too. We have to individually make efforts to build relationships with each other. We have to as individuals say, I'm going to step out on a level of faith, take this risk that I'm going to, whether there's a certain belief or something I don't buy into this person, for the greater good, and how do I do that? So that's it for me. You guys wrapped up? Yep. Appreciate you. You can chime in.
Next presentation, let's take a 5-minute recess for for a potty break or whatever you need to do and be back in 5 minutes.
Yes, she's going to hand them out. I have done a folder. They're in the binder, but I wanted them to have them ready right with them so they didn't have to dig. Oh, I'm going to hand these. Everybody has a folder, and then we won't have to dig, and I'll explain all that. I'm used to a microphone that goes here. We all have them, even our teachers. And so this is going to be a little tricky. She was so awesome. I know. She was a huge You were so patient. You were so patient. I love that you said that. Do you remember? Do you remember? I know, me too. She's wonderful. I left her this morning. She's on my bed. Like, I love that girl. We almost got a new one, but my daughter can't handle it. She's still not over Jessie. I'm gonna try to cut down on some stuff. At what?
Let's try to get started here in about 1 minute.
Honey, let's go.
See you guys holding each other accountable already.
All right, I believe we're all back here. Let's go ahead and reconvene.
Okay, for our next item, the next step in this process is the governing board's role in the PLC process. And so again, wanted to take some of our leaders on campuses that are actively engaged in the PLC process and have them present. We've also, if you notice when you came in, board members, there were some books there as well that kind of support the work that's gonna work right now, that we're gonna engage in right now. So we have Ms. Headings, who is the principal over at Collier Business Academy, and then Dr. Ledette, who is our director for curriculum instruction, who will now present.
Good morning. I wanted to start out by thanking you guys. You're doing the work, and I know that that was a little bit of a struggle this morning, but I just want to tell you that norms are the foundation, and you guys are asking the right questions, and you're doing the right work. Thank you for being here. I know you volunteered your time, and it's important for us to know that you value this work, so thank you. I also want to thank our almighty leader here, Dr. Lafitte. Sorry, he's like, don't say that. But he really is, and I want to thank him for the vision. The vision to see that this PLC process is a system, and it's a system to ensure all students and staff are aligned, like a lot of your conversations were about this morning, but most of all, that we are instructing students. All students are learning at a high level, and he has that vision, he sees that, and he wants to ensure that our whole organization, including you guys, are aligned with that. So, with that being said, I just have a few housekeeping. You guys have to move on and be in your next event by 12:20. This was about an hour and a half, so we're just gonna do some things to kind of keep us going. We're gonna use a parking lot. And Dr. Ledette will take your sticky notes. If you have a question, anything burning, just write it on a sticky note. She'll take them, she'll put it in the parking lot, and then we'll be able to answer those questions for you, because this is new learning for all of you. So you are gonna have a multitude of questions, but that's one way we can keep going. Also, I provided a note taker for you. I use this in my presentations with my staff. Do you guys know how much information you retain if you do not take notes? 5% of the information in the entire presentation. So if you actually follow along and use notes, do you know what that goes to? Thank you, Google, for this information. 35%. So I just encourage you, use the notes. We have the slide with the notes next to it. We are also going to use what we call in the PLC system protocols. And the protocols are designed to give you time to think about the concepts. I'm one that it takes me a little while to process. I get in the car later and then all my ideas pop off. These protocols kind of help us with our thinking as we move through this. So you're gonna hear that word that we use in PLCs called protocols, and I'll be walking you through that, and we'll get pretty good at that throughout this session. Lastly, I'm gonna have you get out of your seats. You're going to do your own thinking on your own in your notes, and then I'm going to have you intermingling with each other, because part of learning is sharing and learning from one another. So that's a piece of this. You think it through, you kind of process, you share with the colleagues, sometimes they enlighten you, then you come back and we'll share out as a group our new learning. Are we good with that? We did our fist to 5. Thumbs up, thumbs down. Okay, wonderful. Okay, those are just our housekeeping issues, or our housekeeping as we move forward, just to keep us on task and keep us moving. In a PLC, they talked about this earlier. Typically, you start with your norms. And so we were hoping that you would have your norms done, but it's okay because you're thinking about it, which is even better. In any meeting, professional learning, our CTT meetings, which are our team collaboration time, you go through the norms to start out. So our vice president had a wonderful question, and it was, how do we fit into this? Well, that's how you fit into it. It's part of a PLC. It's just part of the work we do. Every team does it before a meeting or before professional learning. I found as a principal that that is the most helpful tool in this system, because anytime you hit a roadblock, it's usually a norm issue. And you guys said a lot of really great things. You have to have trust, and you're right. And hopefully throughout this presentation, you'll be able to see and put some of those pieces together. The second thing you typically do in with your PLC time or within a PLC is affirmations. This is where you celebrate your small wins. This work we do, is it easy? It's very difficult. The work you do is very difficult. And so affirmations is just a time that you go back and you celebrate those small wins as a team. We work collaboratively. We're in it together. We have a common goal, and so we affirm each other. So what we're gonna do today is each of you have a piece of paper that looks like this for each of your fellow board members. What I'm gonna ask you to do is put one word that describes them, a quality or an attribute that makes them shine, okay? I did a little model for you. This one's passionate. I did this for our vice president. And when I think about him, I think about passion. I often tell my staff that you either have this or you don't, right? And I see our vice president have passion for our students, for our staff, to make sure that all students are learning, and you bring us back to that every time. So my word is passionate. I'm asking you guys to write one word for each of your board members to affirm them for an attribute that they carry that's positive. You have markers right here. about 60 more seconds.
You have a lot of faith in my ability to spell.
We get the intent. You're good.
So for the sake of time, just as you're thinking through these, I'm going to have President Nelson. He is going to do a shout out for you. You're going to do a shout out for Member Barnett. You're going to do a shout out for Solzhenitsyn. You're going to do a shout out for Linda, and Linda will do a shout out for President Nelson. Smile. Makes the life go.
I left that at home today.
It makes the world go round.
Knowledgeable. I think
Okay,
he
we're
has a
sharing
great
out.
knowledge of what's going on in Rallis.
So he's
Oh, all of
knowledgeable?
No, just.
No, just one. Just one. But give the why. He's knowledgeable.
Yeah, just the mere fact that he knows what's going on in the community and in the other school districts and everything else. I mean, if I had a question of what's going on here, there, or any place else, I could go to him and he would have that knowledge available and be able to share that with them.
Excellent. So you want to give all of yours to Dr. Ledette. Thank you. She'll post them all. Your turn.
Well, I mean, I could say a lot about Member Barnett. But one thing I'll say is she's very passionate. I'll say passionate. And I reuse passionate because when it comes to fighting for anything she believes in, whether it's her family, the community she serves, she will not back down. And she's very passionate about it.
Excellent. Member Barnett.
I would say Member Solzhenitsyn is consistent.
Consistent. Excellent. Consistency is important.
I would say Linda is, she's just devoted to this community and to this.
I would say that Curtis is very committed to this community and this district and the board and the community and town of Avondale. Do you want them all?
No, it's beautiful. Thank you. Thank you for sharing. You do affirmations in all different ways. This is just one way to affirm each other. Can you see why affirmations lead to trust? How and why? You feel seen. You feel valued. Excellent. You're celebrating the wins. We all have attributes that lead to a team. And one of the things we're going to discover today is the difference between a group and a team. And I think that is very important. Moving on to our learning goals, could we popcorn read these just for the sake of time, starting with President Nelson? If you want to read our content goal, please.
Let me just read one or all of them there?
If you want to read all of them, go for
Fine.
it.
Our learning goals, our content goal is understand the board's role in the PLC process. The language goal is use PLC language to discuss student outcomes. And the social goal is to work together to support student success.
Thank you very much. Going back to the language goal, in your binders, and you do not have to look now, I actually have folders for you so you can access your material quickly. But you do have a list of definitions because Dr. Lafitte hit on this earlier. It's really important to have a shared language, that we're talking about the same thing. So our agenda today is we're really going to do the what, the why, and how. So we're going to start out with what is the professional learning community? What is it? Some of you have that knowledge, but we're going to jump in a little bit more. Why are PLCs important? And then lastly, the part that impacts you is how does the board set the scene for the PLC? Okay, those are the three what, why, how that we're really going to hit today, okay, and build our understanding. Now, my hope for today is that we're just laying that foundation. It's just like your work in the norms. We had to kind of put it on the shelf and revisit it because it takes time. Learning about the PLC process, it takes time. So this is kind of the surface level. And my hope is that you get that surface level and then you can really dig in deeper through your questions and your work with Dr. Lafitte. So what is a PLC? To have a shared definition of what a PLC is super important if this is the work we're doing, if this is the system we live and breathe. So can you just take a minute and read that definition silently? Team, what stands out to you in that definition? Thank you for saying that. It is a system. It is not a program we use. And that's what we're going to talk about today. That is super important. Is there anything else that resonated with you? All levels, from the boardroom to the classroom, collaborate. And that alignment we're going to learn today is super important. That's really what we were talking about. I have been so excited by your conversations through the norms. I was just laser focused, but also in the board meetings because you're asking really good questions and that's your role. And I love to see that. And I think you're going to that's going to resonate with you. Like, we're already doing this work. Another thing that I really wanted to point out is the collective responsibility. We're going to learn a little bit today. What does that mean? The collective responsibility. So in a PLC, there's three main ideas. We have a focus on learning. This is ensuring that students learn that it's not just the instruction that's delivered. Whoa, that's a mind shift, isn't it? Focused on student learning. That's why we go into classrooms. What are you learning? Why is it important? You're focused on the student learning, not necessarily the instruction delivered. A collaborative culture, that's the collective piece I was asking you to focus on. Educators working in teams to improve student outcomes. You're hearing that word a lot, teams, and we're gonna dig into that a little bit. Results oriented. This is what our vice president was talking about in our last board meeting. Using data to drive that continuous improvement cycle, right? Those are the three big ideas. I want you to look at this as like a PLC road trip, okay? The focus on learning is the destination. That's where you're trying to go on your road trip, right? Student learning. It could be our SMART goals. We have SMART goals at the district level, the site level, the classroom level, and at the student level, right? And all of those have to be in alignment. So focus on learning is like your destination, where you're trying to go. The collaborative culture is your car, your vehicle. It's how you're gonna get there. Without collaborating and working together as a team, highlighting all of these different characteristics we all have to share and don't necessarily have the same. We use our card to kind of get there. Results oriented. Look at that as your GPS. The data shows us, where are we right now? Isn't that where a GPS tells you? I'm in front of Circle K, I have to turn right. It also tells us when we're off track. Going the wrong way. Okay, then we can go in and fix it. Because guess what? Are you ever going to get to the destination if you don't have a GPS? No, you're not. It helps us to be more effective and efficient to get there. Okay, we're going to do the first protocol. It's called Capture Your Learning 1, 2, 3. So we are going to watch a short video by Becky DeFore. It's about 3 minutes long. You're going to use your notes, and in your notes, you're going to answer, number 1, what stood out to you? Number 2, what is your new learning? What did you not know before? And then number 3, what connects to the work that you're doing in Littleton? You're just going to jot it right down in your notes. You're going to have about a minute to kind of process and get your questions together, and then I'm going to have you share out together, and then we'll share out as a team. Are you ready?
The very first and the most important, again, of the big ideas is we have to embrace learning as our fundamental purpose. So we make a shift away from our traditional focus on teaching to a focus on learning. One of our great friends and associates, Mark Johnson, he's a superintendent in Sanger, California, puts it this way. He says, teaching without learning isn't teaching at all, it's just presenting. So is our focus on teaching or is our focus on learning in the classrooms? If we meant it, that learning is our fundamental purpose, then the conversations within our school would be very specific, and they would shift away from that traditional focus of a teacher sitting in a classroom, looking at the lesson planning document, trying to decide, what am I going to teach? How will I teach it? How much time will I spend? What materials will I use to teach it? That conversation shifts away from the individual teacher grappling with it to a team of teachers who teach the same course, the same content, who share students across a grade level. And they're working together, and they're delving not into the questions of teaching, but rather into the questions of learning. Questions like, what is it we want our students to know and be able to do? In this English class, in this Art 1 class, in this music class, in this 3rd grade math class, what do we want our students to know and be able to do? What are the very specific skills and concepts and dispositions that every student must acquire in order to be successful, not only this year, but when we send them up to the next level? What do we want them to learn? And how will we know if they've learned it? How will we work together to frequently monitor each and every student's attainment of those essential skills? And what if I've taught it the best way I know how and some kids still didn't learn it? What are we going to do collectively and collaboratively to give those students more time and more support? What interventions will we have in place to give the kids who need it extra time and support? And what about the kids that already know it? Are we extending and enriching their learning to help them move to the next level as well? These are the questions that drive the work of members of professional learning community.
Okay, take a minute. In your notes, what stood out to you? What is your new learning? And what connects to your work in Littleton? So how does it apply to you directly? We talked about that this morning. Well, we look a little different. We're a different team. So how does this message connect to you directly? You already want to share?
I think the one thing that stands out to me is the difference between teaching and learning, the focus on teaching and learning.
Yeah.
It's the same as listening and hearing. Do you listen or do you hear?
Yeah.
They're both where they need to be, but one has an outcome different than the other one.
Excellent. Excellent. That's a shift, isn't it? A shift from teaching to student learning?
I think what stood out was understanding why they need to learn it, and then when seeing when they've actually learned it and understand it.
How do we get there? Everybody doesn't have to share. Sorry, I'm weird staring at you. Member Barnett.
So I have been in the Solution Tree PLC network for 2 years now. Like, it's my whole job. So the four
Good
questions
for you.
I already knew. But I will say what connects to my work in Littleton is now more of a bigger picture focus of where's the money going for when the students don't know it or when they do know it? What curriculum are we providing our staff?
Excellent. I love that you know the four questions. So not only that intervention and remedial part, but question 4, what do they do when they know it? What do we do, and how do we allocate those resources, which is a huge role you have.
Oh, I thought agreeing with her, like when they talked about what do we do with those students that do know it, you know, I know about, you know, our programs, our resource programs and stuff like that, and the remedial to help those kids that don't know it. But what are we doing for those kids that are in the gen ed class that already do know it? You know, what are we doing to enrich them so that they don't become bored in class?
Yes, very good. That's usually when we see some of the behaviors. Excellent. So do you think, give me a fist of 5, that we have a pretty clear understanding on what a PLC is and what it entails? Excellent. We're going to go on to why PLCs matter. This is proven. Studies show higher achievement, stronger instruction, and just what Member Solzhenitsyn was talking about, better intervention and enrichment. Okay, those are the whys. What we're going to do now, before I do that, I just want you to look at this quote. It's kind of jumping backwards a little bit, but until it's learned, it hasn't been taught. Isn't that a great quote to kind of signify what we're talking about? Until it's learned, it hasn't been taught. Is that a good justification for why we need to focus on the student outcomes and not the teaching? Excellent. We are going to do a little bit of reading, okay? Now what I've done is so that you don't have to dig through your binder, okay? I love your binder. You have a lot of resources in there, but I've actually put it into a folder that Dr. Ledette is gonna pass out. Or did she already pass out? Do you have your folders? Okay, she's passing them out. And you have the first article that we're gonna read. It's right there at the top. It's called Why Professional Learning Communities Matter, the why. We are gonna go through a protocol, so I'm gonna have you read it silently to yourself. Member Solzhenitsyn, you thought you were getting out of school, didn't you? We're gonna use Capture Your Learning, Why, What, How as you're reading. So you can read, highlight your answers, things that stand out, but what's driving your thinking are these three questions. Why are we doing this together? What are we aiming to improve? And how will you know our actions worked? Okay, so I want you to read this, do your highlighting and your annotating. I'm gonna stop you. I'm gonna give you a couple of minutes. When I start seeing your eyeballs, you know, when I have 80% of you, I'll move on. Then we're gonna take about a minute to wrap up our thinking, and then we are going to share together before we share out on this activity. Also, when we do the share out part, I'm gonna play some music, and that's how we know we come back together as a group. Okay, go ahead and do your reading. I'm gonna leave the questions up so you can reference them as you read.
just this first page, or did you want us to read the other ones too?
No, just the first page. We're going to do those later. About 30-second wrap up. 2 minutes. Take about a minute to answer the 3 questions. Why, what, how? Okay, I get that this is kind of weird because there's only 5 of us. Usually there's a full staff of people or a full classroom if you're a teacher. So what I'm going to have you do is I'm going to have you stand up with your notes. You are going to find someone that you do not normally collaborate with. Ha ha ha. Someone outside, okay, that you normally, out of the 5 of you, based on your conversations this morning, that you don't normally collaborate with. Now there's 5 of us, so it's gonna be 2 of you and then 3 of you. So it may not be perfect. So you're gonna stand up when you're gonna talk about these 3 questions, share together, solidify that learning, and then when you hear the music, we're gonna come back and I'm gonna have you share out your answers, okay? Do we understand? Yes? I hate when people ask me that question, sorry, I apologize. And Mr. Nielsen, not Nelson, sorry about that too. Okay, go ahead and collaborate. You're gonna choose someone you do not normally work with. And you're gonna talk about these 3 questions. Ready, set, go. You guys are collaborators. Oh, no. This is like students in my class. You have to go over here. Nice try. You 2 are collaborators. Come on, move to this group.
This is a form of non-accountability.
And I'm calling you out in the meeting too. Sorry. It broke the norm accountability.
What did you get? What are we doing? Why are we doing this together?
It's because
I was the teacher for way too long, can you tell?
they project things are implement the practice that have greatest effect on student learning.
Okay. But I come up with it and go. I got this together just for the schools improve the outcome because they're doing it all together. But it goes back to the collaboration that you're talking about right there. What are we aiming to improve?
The students are taught to ensure the students learn at high levels.
I got the high levels, and I got this one down here. There's a guaranteed output across the system.
Okay.
Okay.
How will we know this action report? I didn't get through the last part.
Do you remember what this means? Stop talking and then head back.
Research-based practices. Okay.
It's not. It's Amazon Music.
Thank you.
I'll just sing then. He just gave me the no-go on the music. But that was Hotel California. Do you remember your share out? Isn't that one of your favorites? Okay. Okay, does someone want to share? First question, why are we doing this together based on our reading and our new learning?
We're doing it together because when educators work collaboratively, they directly implement the practices. They have the greatest effect on student learning when they're collaborative.
Excellent. A plus. The biggest impact on student learning when we collaborate together. Why?
I think everybody has something to lend to it. They come from different backgrounds and they're able to like add that to it. And there are going to be students who are able to connect like that. So maybe you're teaching a student and they can grasp the concepts through you, but then you have someone who's with you and they're like, wait a minute, what about this? And then that like turns the light on for them.
Shared expertise. Sounds familiar. Right? You all have different sets of gifts and strengths. Sharing them together is going to make you a stronger team. That's the same with our collaborative teams at the teacher level. What are we aiming to improve? This one's kind of, I think you guys can all answer this. Amy's like, nice question.
I don't want to say data, I just want to say student success.
Yeah.
You know, data is nice, but student success and students feeling better about themselves and saying, hey, I got that.
Yeah.
I understand that light bulb.
Improved culture.
Yes.
Amongst staff and students. Excellent. That was something I didn't think about when I put this together. Great. How will you know our actions worked?
Data.
Data.
Yeah.
Remember, we're results oriented, that GPS that's gauging where we go and where we're at, that drives what we do next, right? If we're not constantly looking at that GPS, where are we going to end up? In circles. We don't know, right? And that's the worst thing, to become a surprise. Will you read this quote silently to yourselves, please? Resonates to you. Do you remember the old traditional teaching where you taught in silos? You think that was the most effective or efficient way? Mm-mm.
I like the word every.
Every student learns.
And every adult.
And every adult. Pretty impactful, right? This commitment is us together. Part of what I want you to see is that every piece, but most importantly, that the work is aligned. From boardroom to classroom, you have to see that alignment, right? We have to have that same destination, which is our student learning. If we are all over the place, are we ever going to get there? No. So part of what we're going to do is an activity today, because I really think this is at the core of our work in a PLC. So we've talked about a group versus a team, right? When I first met Dr. Lafitte, he used an analogy with us. And I carried that analogy to my staff, and my staff really grabbed onto it. And he used the analogy of a rowboat. So if everybody jumps into a boat, you don't know what destination you're going, you don't know what your shared goal is, what are you going to do? Someone said it early, possibly circle in the boat. Are you working against each other? So it might be harder, you might be tired by the time you get, if you even get to the destination, right? A team is focused on results, okay? So you have that destination. You know exactly where you're going with student learning. You do that collaboratively. Do you think the team in the rowboat rowing are gonna win the race if they haven't had that collaboration, that teamwork? No. You're doing 1, 2, 3, right? You have a plan to propel you forward. And so that's the vehicle to get there, right? And then you know exactly where you're going. So you're efficient, you're effective, you're not circling and lost. That is what a team does. So one thing when I first jumped into my learning, and you two might have done this, you might have done this with me, Member Stollard, so you can't tell, but we're gonna do an activity to before the activity, we're doing another protocol. So what I'm gonna have you do is you're gonna listen to Rick DeFore. He's a pioneer in this work. He's gonna explain the difference between a team and a group. That's first and foremost, that's important. Then we're gonna jump into the activity, and it's a really cool activity. You could tell I was just wanting to jump right there. Okay, so listen to him. I'm just gonna have you take notes because the solidifying our learning is the activity we're gonna do. So just listen and take good notes on the difference between a group and a team.
There is a difference between a group and a team. We ask people to define team, and inevitably they say, well, a team is a group of people who work together to achieve a common goal. And if that were true, then 40,000 marathon runners would be a team. They're people who are working together in close proximity. They're all pursuing the same goal. I want to finish this race. And we could say that they're a team. But I don't think anybody would argue that a group of marathon runners are a team. Something is missing. Here are the elements, the 3 elements that you must have if you're really going to be a team as opposed to a group. You must be working interdependently. We must create interdependent relationships. I can run my marathon and I can achieve my goal regardless of what happens to anybody else in the race. But if I were a member of a team, I would have to rely on other people in order to achieve the goal. And they would need to rely on me. So we would have an interdependent relationship. We would have a goal. You can't be a team without a goal. And it would be a goal for which we are mutually accountable. That would make us a team. And unfortunately, in schools all across America, we have settled for working in groups as opposed to truly creating collaborative teams. Now here's an analogy that I think makes the point. Here are 2 of the greatest athletes ever to play in their respective sports, and I don't think anybody would disagree with that. Tiger Woods and Michael Jordan, clearly 2 of the best who ever played their sports. And when they turned professional, ironically, both of them announced when they turned professional that they shared the same goal. And the goal was, I'm turning pro because I want to win championships. That's how I'm going to define myself. I want to win championships. Now, when Tiger Woods steps onto a golf course to compete in a tournament, he's never working in isolation. He's always part of a group, a collegial, congenial group. That foursome on the golf course, those other golfers that are out there, they can get along just great. But he can accomplish his goal of winning the championship regardless of what happens to any other golfer on that golf course. He can do it all by himself. Michael Jordan, arguably the greatest basketball player ever to play in the NBA. And in 1988, he did something that's never been done before or since. Not only was he the most valuable player of the year, not only was he the leading scorer of the year, the best offensive player of the year, he was also named as the best defensive player of the year. So that one man was the strongest force on both offense and defense in the entire NBA, and yet he did not accomplish his goal. Nor did he accomplish his goal for any of the first 6 years that he was in the league. Now, why not? He was just as skilled and gifted in basketball as Tiger Woods was in golf. Why wasn't he able to accomplish his goal? Because Michael Jordan was a member of a team. Tiger Woods is a member of a group. There is an enormous distinction. Jordan had to rely on other people to accomplish his goal, and until that team could gel, they couldn't accomplish his goal, no matter how brilliant he was. Now, you may be the Michael Jordan of teaching. I doubt it, but you may be. My point is, no matter how brilliant you are as an individual, that does not mean you have a good team or even a good school. It's going to require a collective effort. So here...
Okay, we're going to put this into practice. So I want you to put everything else to the side. You're going to get out 2 sticky notes. You're going to have the first sticky note in front of you, and I'm going to give you some directions, and then I'm going to reiterate a little bit so that we understand. I'm going to show you a triangle graphic comprised of 25 randomly placed capital letters. You have 10 seconds to study the triangle, and you may not write it down. So you're not writing it hands-free, okay? Then I'm going to pull the picture away, and then from memory, you're going to have to write down in order as many of the letters as you can. Got it? So I'm going to throw it up there. You're not writing. You're just going to look at it, study it. I'm going to pull it away. You're going to write down as much as you can remember. Then we're going to go back to it. You're going to count how many you got right, and Vanna is going to write our data down for our first attempt. Okay? Got it? Okay, get ready. You guys look serious. Are you ready? Okay, record your answers. I think I got 3. Okay, I'm going to put it back up. You're just counting how many you got right, so you can't write any more letters, okay? I promise there's a purpose, okay, and you're going to see it. Okay, so you're just counting how many, and then we're going to shout them out. So go ahead, check your triangles. How many did you get correct? Write it at the bottom of your sticky and circle it. Okay, quick shout out starting with President Nielsen.
4.
0.
7. 7.
I didn't do it because I'm actually on this slide on my computer, so when I looked down, the triangle was
shut
right
your
there.
computer.
So I was like,
Okay.
5.
5. Okay, so you're gonna do it this time, okay?
Okay.
So now, okay, second attempt. Here's the deal.
Okay.
You're only doing 1 sticky note, and you're doing this as a team. You're gonna have 1 minute to plan how you're doing it. So I'm gonna have you stand up in the back, because you have to, as a team, because you're a team, come up with a strategy in 1 minute. Then as a team, one person has 1 sticky note, and we're gonna follow the same practice we just did, okay? So get together in the back as a team, and then I'll start your minute. And sorry, I even blacked it out on your notes. I want you to know, so you couldn't cheat. Okay, there you go, 1 minute planning. Okay, you're staying as a team. Get 1 sticky note. You guys decide how you do it. And we're going to do this again. So you're staying with your team because you're a team. You have to interdependently work together, so stay together. Are you ready?
Are we all one team?
Only 1 sticky note's being completed.
but don't we get to relook at it?
Yeah.
Oh,
So
I
you're
thought you
not
were saying
writing now. No, you're not writing now. You're deciding, you're just implementing your plan, okay? There we go. Okay, now record your answers. 1 sticky note. me know when you're ready.
Matt, your last letter is M. Your last line is M-U-B-R-Y. And then
Y-N-H-X-S.
Okay, I'm gonna put it back up there, and then you are going to check your answers, and you're gonna circle how many you got correct this time. So count how many you got correct, and circle your answer at the bottom.
Oh, wait, you're right. Yeah, I did N-H. It was H-N. We missed the third one.
Okay, one share out. How many did you guys get? And Vanna is going to record it for us.
9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14.
56, 17, 18. So it was 18 right. The only thing we got wrong is the line I was supposed to remember because I was writing down everybody else's down trying to remember my third line.
That's okay. That's okay. We're still making the point here. Okay, so I want you to look at the first attempt. What was the average here? How'd we do? A total of 16. But if you just look at the average of working alone, I don't know. Who's the math person? Oh, 4. Vanna got it. 3.1 average. Look over here. Is that better? Do you see why it's important to operate as a team? How does this align with the discussions we were having this morning? I want you to rethink. We said one thing that kind of hit me hard because I believe it. We need trust. But can you still operate as a team until you get there? You just did. What does the data show us? 3.1 average, 18. Substantially went up working as a team. Did you work interdependently? I saw it in action. Yes. Dependently would mean someone just telling you. You had your own ideas. You brought your own thoughts to the team. I heard, oh, stop it. What's the face? Share.
I'm not saying anything. We're a team.
You are a team. Thank you for getting that point. Did you have mutual accountability? It's okay if one of these pieces fell. Rick DeFore just shares with us these are the three things we need to have for an effective team. We've got some work to do. We'll get there. By the way, guys, all teams do. On my campus, we have a team at every grade level, and I have my admin team. We're all at different places in the journey, right? So the thing is, we know where that destination is. And someone that is a pioneer, that has so much evidence to back him, says these are the three things we need to have to be an effective team. Did you have a shared goal? Are you getting the analogy? Okay, good. Do we understand why PLCs are important? Just give me a quick thumbs up, thumbs down. The why. Okay. Our next step is your piece. How can the board support in the PLC process? So Dr. Lafitte spoke to this, and I just want to be very transparent that for years I have done the work at the site level. This is my first experience to do anything at the district level. So I read this, and I go back and I read it again and again and again, even as I did this presentation. But I'm learning with you all, okay? So I took this next part directly from this book, and you're gonna see that from the reading. You all have copies of that book that Dr. Lafitte gave you. I encourage you to do a deep dive after this to kind of solidify some of this learning we did today. Okay. Just to make it like pretty simple, It breaks it down, governance versus management. Governance, you set the vision, you monitor the results, talked about all these things this morning. You hold systems accountable. Who said that this morning? I was so excited. It was you. That's so important in the PLC process system, that you hold the systems accountable. Then the administration, their role is the implementation piece. They monitor the instructional piece, and they support schools in that through a strong vision and lots of clarity. I want you just to take a minute, and I want you to look at this cycle. What stands out to you just from the picture?
It just circles around students.
Yeah.
All of the row.
Someone said that this morning too. Everything revolves around student learning. Every choice we make, every decision we make circles around our students. But what else do you see? Do you see you up there? And this is like a cycle. The district, the schools, the teachers, do we all have an equal part? Alignment equals results. If we're not aligned throughout our entire system, we won't see those results. That's Dr. Lafitte's vision. Okay, we're gonna do some more reading, just a deeper dive into this, okay? We're gonna do, this is my favorite, it's called What's the Big Idea? You can use this protocol with almost anything and everything you do. You're gonna identify the main concept, you're gonna be prepared to explain, and you're going to connect the concepts to your reality, okay? So what you're gonna have now is, you have two. This comes directly from our book. I want you to start with this, and then you're gonna take a peek at this, okay? And as you do that, you're gonna highlight, you're gonna annotate, but you're looking at what is the main concept of what you're reading. You're gonna be prepared to explain your thinking, and then how do the concepts connect to reality? You guys did a lot of talking about that, so I think this piece is super important. So go ahead and take out the reading, use your highlighters, and let what's the big idea kind of direct your thinking through this reading. When I see your eyeballs, the majority of you, I'll know that we're ready to move on. Okay, if you haven't yet, definitely take a peek at the cycle, the second page. Okay, in your notes, if you just want to jot down the answers to these 3 questions, I'm going to have you stand up again. You're going to share with someone different. So you're going to jot down in your notes the main concepts. You're going to be ready to explain, and then you're going to talk a little bit about how they connect to your reality. So take about a minute to wrap up your thoughts. Okay, let's have you get up, just find a new partner to collaborate with. So you're gonna stand up, find a new group of people. I know that's gonna be difficult, and you're gonna share your answers or your thinking to these 3 questions. You guys do not look thrilled about this. Was this a heavy cognitive load? Do you just wanna share out? Consensus 5 if you're just ready to share out. If you want to talk, I like solidifying my thinking with someone else. I like to partner share, develop my thinking. Usually they'll think of things that I didn't think about, but if you're good just sharing out, we'll share out. You guys, it's been a long morning. I'm feeling it from you. You're like my staff at PD after a full day with students. Okay. You want to share out?
I turned it off. The biggest thing I took away was, how the vision reinforces the understanding at the top for everybody,
Yes.
collectively.
And how are we doing that now? You're going to be doing some of the work coming up here at 12:20, or you're going to have a little bit of a break, but is that the 5-year strategic plan?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, we're getting crystal clear around our work. So exciting. Anyone else? It's a lot, guys, I understand. Remember, I started out letting you guys know that today we're just kind of laying the foundation, and that you're gonna deep dive in this work with Dr. Lafitte and his team. So this is just kind of your entry point, okay? But could we just get the 3rd question answered? How does this reality connect to your work?
I think that just the concept of it being just multifaceted, that has to do with our work. Like there's no one solution to a problem, and then having that understanding in our work as board members to be able to implement strategies and to implement things that are going to be beneficial to the collective and not just one student, one group of students. Being mindful that we need many solutions for maybe one concern.
All means all.
Yeah.
Not some.
Yeah.
We're teaching all students at high levels. Does this system ensure that's happening? How? Remember our GPS? Through data. What's your role with data?
To examine the data and our job is to go into it and deep dive into it and make sure that we are following, or that the schools are following it. It's not coming out right.
No, you're right. You're looking at the data to ensure the things are happening, right?
Right, and to ask the questions and make sure that all of the students are learning.
You guys are already doing this. You challenged us on our attendance goal. Do you remember that in a board meeting? You looked at the data and you said, guys, this is happening too easily. We need some higher goals. We need to set that bar higher. You're already doing this work, and that's what I wanted you to kind of see through this reading. I'm going to jump to the next. Do you monitor results? You're looking at our IAP goals. You're looking at those results. You're asking those questions. That's your role. You're tracking consistently the outcomes. You're aligning resources. Guys, you did this for our coaches. You approved them going to Amplify the Impact in Pasadena. How do you think that played a part in this system? It brought clarity to another group, another instructional group. So you are approving these things, thus making it possible to do the work. And then you're protecting collaborative time. How have you guys done that? We have Wednesdays protected PD, right? During that time, we have 1 hour of protected collaborative time. So you're already protecting the time. So I just really wanted you to learn and to see and affirm yourself for the fact that you are doing the work, okay? Any questions? I know this has been a lot. I can see it in your face. I was going to have you, as a reflection, write a sticky note, one what, one why, one how. I can see you guys are taxed and we're almost there, so we're not gonna do that part. Do we just wanna give a fist to 5 since we learned? Do we know what a PLC is? 1 meaning no, 5 meaning, okay, we're pretty solid. 4, maybe we can work on it. A 5? Okay, excellent. Do we know why it's important? Fist to 5. Everybody. 4, I love your honesty. I'm probably right there in the work too, especially at the district and the board level. How can the board, are we solid yet on how the board can support this process? We're getting 4s. That's okay for an initial foundation. So I just ask you that you read the book that you received today. Try to bring clarity to your questions. Did anybody write a question down on a sticky note that you would like answered? No? You're good? Okay, perfect. So we're gonna wrap this up. I have a little analogy. I collected sticks from my yard, and by the way, my sprinkler system's broke, so they're kind of dry, but they're still gonna do it for us. So each of these sticks represent you and all your strengths, okay? So we've got, oh, they went away. Can you turn that? We're knowledgeable. We're passionate. We are committed to our family and community. We're devoted. We're zealous. We're honest. We're driven. If we had driven alone, look how easy that is to break. In isolation, we're breakable. If we put all these together, where's my little ribbon up here? If we put all these together, everything that you are, and we're results driven, we're collaborative, right? We're focused, laser focused on student learning. You're gonna have to hold this for me. We're unbreakable, right?
You can break it. Come
So we have, no, I don't, thanks. You're like, try a little harder, they're dry. Okay, so we have shirts for each of you. They actually say This Littleton board sticks together for students. And we have them for the leadership team as well. So thank you. I saw your faces. I know this was heavy lifting today. Again, we appreciate everything you do for us. I knew you would love it, Linda. You're usually the one coming up with those little touches. So we appreciate you. Continue the work. It's hard work. It's not easy. Your jobs are hard, okay? But if you stay focused on students and student learning and the results we're producing, you can do it together, okay? As a team, I'm challenging you. The foundation of this work is through your norms. You've got some work to do there, and that's okay, because that's what this is about. But get solid norms, okay? And get some accountability measures. My staff doesn't like the public humiliation either. We just do private notes to each other or a wraparound conversation. Doesn't have to be complicated, okay? But it's a way to hold you accountable, and I know you believe it because I heard it in your words, okay? One more slide, and this is just some books. I just wanted to make sure in reference, here, I'll go back. The books that drove this work that we're doing today, Learning by Doing is absolutely a necessity. Then we have PLC at Work, that's just a foundational book. Leading PLCs district-wide, you have that book. And then I would also ask, one of our readings had Hattie's work in it. A lot of you are familiar, but that's the backup. That's the evidence that tells us what we're doing is working or not, okay? Thank you for all you do. I appreciate you letting me spend time. You can tell I'm passionate about this. It's the work we need to be doing. It's the important work so that we're meeting our students, all students, and we're teaching them at high levels. Okay? Thanks.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you so much for your presentation and all you've done today.
Perfect. So what we're going to do now is I just want to thank our two morning presenters. As you can see, our staff around the district, but especially those sites that have these leaders and the departments that have these leaders they're tremendously blessed from the perspective of they have some great leaders who are passionate about the work that we're doing. So I want to thank again from earlier, Ms. Armstrong, Ms. Kaufman, and then from the most recent, Ms. Headings, Dr. Ledette, for that work. What we're going to do now is take our lunch break. So after I explain some things, you can call for a break.
Yep.
Then we'll go to lunch. After lunch, what we will do is return. Then we'll follow the rest of the agenda with the strategic plan consultants. They'll come in and provide an update with some data and their information. Then we'll have a lot of information regarding the bond. That's going to be a really, really heavy lift. So just make sure for that you're prepared, because there's a lot of information from the presenters. And then we'll wrap up with just a review of the goals. So that's it for me. You got it?
All right.
And 30 minutes.
Presently, the time is 12:21. The board will stand in a recess for approximately 30 minutes. Please note that while a quorum of the governing board will remain present, no public business or discussion of district matters will take place during this time. We will reconvene the meeting at approximately 12:50, 30 minutes from now. Thank you.
And make sure your mics are off.
Oh, everybody.
Just make sure your mics are off. Thank you.
All right, we're back from lunch and would like to reconvene our meeting here. This is a special meeting of the governing board is now reconvened at 12:52. Let the record show that we are returning from recess and will now proceed with the remaining items on our agenda.
Okay, President Nelson, Governing Board, as you're aware, we've been working through strategic planning over the past several months with our consultants from the K-12 Coalition. So they're here today to provide an update. I'll go ahead and have Dr. Reynolds Thomas going up. Thank you.
Good afternoon, everyone. It's our pleasure again to be with you today. We would like to express our gratitude for the work that we've been able to do thus far with the help of the district leadership as well as the steering committee team and board. What we will hope to do today is to provide you with some updates on where we in the process. We'd like to share some insights with you from the data survey that we've done. We also would like to begin to express what types of strategic initiatives this is kind of leaning towards, and then more importantly, share with you the next steps in the process. Overall, we are in a very good place. We're tracking according to plan, and we'll dive a little bit now into the district survey results, and then I'll come up and talk a little bit about some of the data reviews and the strategic implications.
Thank you. Good afternoon, everyone. I'm going to spend some time talking through some of the survey results from essentially 3 weeks during the month of April. And I'm going to break down the different groups that we heard from and what's they're saying in terms of priorities for the district. So overall, in this approximately 3-week survey, we had 823 different respondents. So people who responded to what I'll say are like one or more questions on the survey. You'll see as I go through some of the different questions that were on there, there won't be necessarily this many respondents, but overall we had at least 823 people respond. The overwhelming majority of people represented your parents or guardians. So about 62% of all the respondents were from the parent or guardian group. And then we had 182 responses from staff. 63 responses that were staff and parents, and then we had students and community members respond as well. But the feedback is, primarily from your community and from your families. Okay, so what matters most, and this was one of the most important questions that we had on the survey. Of all those respondents, 812 responded to this question, which is great. And here are their rankings in terms of what they valued most and what they felt was most important. And that top one that got almost 64% of respondents prioritizing this was just high quality teaching and learning. So really focusing on, the core aspects of a school district. How well are we focusing on that quality teaching and learning? And then we did highlight a couple different things that are very closely related in terms of a focus on strong reading and math skills and the impact that can have on number 6 there as well as in terms of improving student achievement and closing achievement gaps. Those are obviously all related in terms of really focusing on academics and how that can close gaps over time. But these were the ones that we really wanted to highlight. And really all in that space of academic success, staff quality, and student well-being are equally critical. When you look at, these are some of the top ones, but if you look at the next slide, this is really everything that was on there. So beyond just what we highlighted on the previous slide. And you see very clearly at the top by quite a wide margin was that high quality teaching and learning that was called out. But then several others, like I mentioned on the last slide, in terms of strong focus on reading and math, recruiting and retaining excellent teaching staff, student staff, and mental health. Those were some of the ones that were very clearly out ahead of some of the other categories. And then you have some of the ones that weren't mentioned quite as much in terms of professional learning, strong family community. Not like they're less important, but just didn't receive as much attention from the respondents on the survey. In terms of the people who were responding, I think the question was specifically, if you are a parent in the district, what services does your child receive? And so of all the respondents, 467 respondents called out these specific areas, which in terms of thinking about how well this represents the district. So 342 respondents said that their children were eligible for free or reduced price lunch. Significant focus on special education, IEP 504. 54 of the respondents focused on multilingual learners, and then we had some respondents on gifted and talented and Title I services as well. But really thinking about all of the responses and how they inform priority on equity and targeted supports for students who need it the most. Okay, in terms of communication, overall, it seems like the district's in a good place as far as 50% or half of the respondents felt like there was a great deal of communication, fair amount, and feel like the district listens. 33, about a third of the respondents said some. And then current communication effectiveness is, 40% were saying very effective, and an additional 46% were saying somewhat effective. So certainly the district is in a good place with communication, but obviously always opportunity to look at how to continue doing it in the most effective way, and I'll talk about that in one of the upcoming slides as well. Preferred methods of communication. So when you think about all of the parents or family members that responded to the survey, over half of them prefer communications through email. About half of them also appreciate being informed through the parent portal or an app. And then about 43% also said they prefer text message as well. So a really kind of direct, timely communication in a push type form of sending communications out to families. Again, how do you prefer to receive updates from the district? This just gives you a little bit more of a breakdown in terms of how people would like to see information shared. And like I said, email, text, and then putting information available in a parent portal or app is by far the most popular. But just wanted to make sure you had some of the underlying data behind the question in terms of things on a website or social media, phone calls, community meetings. People really do prefer email, text, and parent portal app as well for the primary means of communications. Okay, thinking about what is going to be one of the core components of the strategic plan, focusing on things like vision, mission, values, but also what's that portrait of a learner. In other districts, we frame this as the portrait of a graduate, but given the grade level served, we're framing this as a portrait of a learner here in Littleton. And these were some of the really top competencies that the respondents were calling out, again, primarily from parents and family members. So thinking about how important it is for the district to equip students with new skills, to think about how the district is preparing them to engage in teamwork and collaborative type approaches to the work. Again, strong reading and math skills, and then critical thinking as well. So really thinking about not just, the facts on a daily basis, but what does it look like to really strive in today's world with being able to take on new information, being able to work in teams and collaborate with other individuals to be as effective as possible, but continue to adapt to today's world. So really thinking about not just academic mastery, but future skills. And again, this is just a more detailed breakdown of the highlights that I just called out. What characteristics, skills, or competencies do you believe are essential to the future success of Littleton learners? And so I mentioned some of the ones that we heard were clearly at the top of that list of competencies or skills that parents in the community would want to see kids acquire while they're here, but just wanted to put out some other things as well. So you see other categories like flexibility, adaptability, not necessarily as high a ranking. They're obviously incredibly important, but really felt, what we were hearing from parents are that ability to acquire new skills and continue to work with others and stay up to speed on an ever-changing environment as we're dealing with on an annual basis. And with that, we're going to pivot over to a data review and starting to talk about some of the priorities as well.
Okay, so we'll start with what were some of the big priorities, thinking about the key takeaways that were just shared. The first was really with academic achievement. And I don't know if okay, so no worries. So with academic achievement, there were a few parts that were noted in this. The first is that closing the achievement gap remains paramount for the district, as well as students doing well on the state assessment. So that was something that was specifically noted. Also, too, noting the special education as well as ELL students and understanding that we need to focus on all of the students. From an instructional focus area specifically, there was emphasis on literacy and math, but more so math in the grades of 3 through 8. There was a strength that was noted with early literacy and that should continue on. So it was a strength in starting, but then wanting that aspect to continue. From a staff retention perspective, staffing and retention, of course, we know the challenge that vacancies create within schools. This, again, remains paramount for the district. Also, too, was noted that there is perhaps excessive costs that may also be associated when we have temporary hires or bringing other people in. So really taking the pressures off of teachers that are remaining when there are those vacancies and understanding what teachers are really having to navigate that might be impacting their ability to stay. So that is something that's also of a concern. And then the next one is really looking at attendance and student behavior. This was most notably at the middle school level. I think we had a couple of comments that were associated with students who may have gone through some suspensions and then noting that when they're not in school, they're also not getting learning. And so that could also have, I know, imagine that, right? But that can also have an impact as well. So that is something to think about, and it does have implications on other things. And then finally, the big one was also enrollment, right? And maintaining that engagement with families and understanding that just in general with the climate, the different things that the schools as well as the district are needing to do to keep enrollment consistent, which comes when families feel that they're getting the most and the best for their children. So that's kind of like the combination of the 5 emerging priorities that we're seeing. Now, what are the early strategic implications for this? Well, and I kind of talked about it a little bit, but there's a need to focus on the instructional quality as well as on staff development and staff performance and support. Teachers, I think as noted, they're actually going through a lot and having to navigate a lot, so looking at those support structures that are there for them is just as important in that retention aspect. Strengthening the systems for both students and staff well-being. Again, these are themes that we've discussed before, but they also came about in the survey, so you're beginning to see some alignment with that between those who participated in the survey, steering committee, as well as those things that were expressed by the board. Consistent two-way communication. So we noticed that there is positive feedback in the way in which the district is communicating, but we also want to just pay attention to ways in which parents can also communicate to the school, so that two-way ongoing communication. And then again, strategic initiatives for both the academics and their future readiness and readiness for high school. I think even in some of the things that we've just experienced today in some of the student focus groups, we could tell that collaboration, communication, critical thinking, all of those types of skills, those are the same things that as you're thinking about the priorities, the strategies that we'll be working through on the next segment of this strategic plan, those components are things that we see. I did want to open it up for a moment to see, is there anything else that based off of the data that we provided that you may be thinking about as well that did not make this board yet? Okay. All right, so then the next steps are kind of like, well, what are we doing next? Well, we are here today and tomorrow. Today, we did have an opportunity to meet with the student focus groups from 3 of the schools. Tomorrow, we will be meeting with the steering committee, and tomorrow evening, we will have a focus group with teachers as well as your non-certificated staff. So we're trying to just be as broad as possible with talking to the teams. From a process perspective, we'll begin tomorrow to start diving into these priorities and identifying strategies and initiatives that the district is currently doing, how would they fit in those priorities, identifying priority leads and teams, and then diving into the big component, which is the KPI, so the key performance indicators that we're going to be able to see on a regular basis, and we'll be talking about that tomorrow. How are you progressing towards your goals, either monthly, quarterly, annual basis, and all of this will go into shaping your 5-year goals. I think I mentioned the student focus groups. I do have to say, both Mr. Geiger and I were extremely impressed with the students at the schools that we were able to visit today. It brings a smile to my face because they were extremely articulate, very forthcoming. They expressed that there is a good rapport and they feel safe in their schools. They also felt like the quality of their learning is challenging. And I think I spoke a lot more to some of our younger students, but it was just something that made you proud. Within the district, and to see the quality of students that you're creating. So I think this is just a natural progression in that step to continue this and to make it even stronger. So thank you. And I think I'm gonna also share our district project plan so you can see where we are. We're tracking according to schedule. Again, we are now in the board work session for April. We'll begin tomorrow going into the leadership sessions. These are going to be the priority building components. Following the meeting tomorrow, we'll have some time with the priority leads or lead teams so we can dive into those a little bit. And when we come back again, which will be a fairly quick turnaround time on May 11th, we'll be looking collectively at all of the priorities and the beginning shapings of what the goals will be in those areas. There'll still be a little bit more work to do thereafter. We'll be doing that. And then in the latter part of May, we'll have a subsequent meeting with these priority teams, again, individually by teams, so that when we come back together in June, we're now looking as a steering committee at the proposed draft goals and so forth, and then we'll be bringing that forward to the board for your consideration. Any questions with the timeline? Yes, ma'am.
Oh, not about the timeline. I was just, first of all, I want to thank you for the information. I'm really excited that so many people did the survey. What 3 schools are you guys meeting with? And are you meeting with all grade levels or just certain ones?
We met with students in grades 4 through 8. I think we went to Littleton Elementary STEM Academy. We went to Quentin, and the second school, I'm sorry. I can't quite hear you. Estravis, I'm sorry, yes. So, and I think in the first school, that was probably our largest group. We had, Grant, I'm going to guess maybe 9 to 10 in the middle school. And then we had about 4 to 5 in the elementary, kind of the 4 through 5. At the second school, it was a smaller group, but it was maybe about 4 and 4, 3 and 4. So we had about 7 to 8. And then in the last group, we had 3rd, 5th, and a 2nd grader, okay, who gave us his input. And then also we had some middle school students as well.
Thank you.
And I have to honestly say, I did not see one student in the group that was either reserved. They were very expressive, which is, again, the comfortability that they feel in being able to express themselves.
Any other questions you might have for?
Oh, yeah, I was just going to wait till we got to the Q&A slide, but I was going to... well, I guess I'll just go now.
I think she's there.
They're basically there. No, thank you so much. You know, I continue to be impressed of the work that you all are doing with our community and our district, and just kind of bringing us all together to get a, you know, strategic plan, which is something that I've been wanting our district to have for a very long time, instead of a huge, big binder that we just throw up on the wall and then forget about it later. It was very overwhelming for the board to read that monitoring report. Very happy it's gone. So I am very, very excited. But I know for a lot of the questions, did we, for the communication part, did you guys like, do you have the data for like, were the questions like ineffective or was not feel like it's effective? Did like for all the questioning, was there
So
questions
I'm having a little difficulty hearing you, so let me make sure I'm translating it. Are you asking were the questions effective or ineffective, or?
Yeah, did you find that like the wording that you put for the questions were effective, like you put out to the community? Like, did they understand them?
Yeah, I think so. One of the things that we do when we're providing questions, particularly multiple choice questions for them, we don't limit what they can respond to, particularly if they think that it may be multiple areas.
Okay.
We often ask, well, these are some considerations, but is there something else that we're missing, right? Is there something that's not on these choices? And we'll have a few people to add a little bit more context, but in our experience in working with districts, you tend to see some of the same categories come up. It's just what's interesting for Littleton is when you go back and look at this particular chart here, I think,
the one before.
where you're beginning to see where things are falling,
Yeah.
right? And so you may have some of the same mix, but for your district, the focus is really on instructional achievement from the parents' perspective and even in responses from your educators here. And I think addressing that will actually probably lend to supporting itself with your teachers. It's kind of like the foundational piece.
No, thank you. And I know for the communication question, was there, do you guys have the responses on like if it was ineffective or they felt like it's not effective? Were those questions in there?
So no, I now understand. No, we didn't necessarily say if it's effective or ineffective. We just asked them what's the mode of communication that they would like. What are the ways in which they feel that they're getting the information that's most comfortable for them, and whether or not do they feel like the district is listening to them or kind of take their feedback. And so what we noticed with this too is that sometimes there's an emphasis on, you know, social media. Everybody wants social media. For this particular district, your parents really want to, or largely communicate through the app that's there. And so that has implications and possibilities for the district to do more via the app. I know schools may be doing it from a homework perspective, but there are other ways in which you can get further communication to parents where they would see it. They also emphasize, I want to say, email as well as text, which would be some of the traditional kind of modes of communications, but it felt like the parents and the participants were saying, when you communicate in these forms, it feels like you're talking directly to us.
My question kind of builds right on that. I know, speaking as a parent, we have one app that emails me daily and comes through as a text message, and then it's an app. So I feel fully communicated with. My question becomes email, and this may not be a question for you, it might be for the district admin. Do we have schools that are emailing outside of Parent Square? Or is the email that our community is talking about right now the daily digest that comes from Parent Square?
That's a good question.
So I'll call up Mr. Busman to respond to that.
At this point, we are just able to evaluate our Parent Square. So I would probably have to consult with technology to identify if they're seeing any of those. But we want families and staff for many reasons to interact via Parent Square because it's a safe communication tool. And then that's going to be the most effective one. So we actually request that they don't utilize the email because again, there's a safety issue that we want to make sure that families as well as staff understand.
And I understand. I was just trying to unmute myself. I understand that. I was just trying to understand when they're responding saying they prefer email. Is it an email that's coming from the administration of their school, or is it the daily digest that comes from the app?
So there is one big thing that's really important to understand with Parent Square as well. If the families do not choose to utilize the app, they still get emails from the Parent Square platform. So it's very possible, again, without really diving really further into it, it's very possible that some of those families are actually receiving those email communications directly from the Parent Square app, but they're choosing not to download the app because as we know within today's world, some people are not wanting to have another app added to their phone, and so that tends to be their communication. But if they email back on that email they received from Parent Square, it's almost like using the app, but instead they're choosing to use the email form as well.
Thank you.
Yep.
No, I wanted to ask the same direct question. So basically, because I try to understand it. So basically, they can communicate all three ways: indirectly, text, email, and then directly in the app.
Correct.
Okay, so that's probably what parents were thinking when they were responding to it. So that makes complete sense. And then I know that you mentioned the part about the middle school with the discipline. And so I know this is, maybe Dr. Lafitte can speak to this, but I know we requested, in the future to have a conversation about our discipline system to see how, in-school suspension or out-of-school suspension, I don't think we do in-school suspension, but out-of-school suspension relates to, student achievement, how that affects our letter grades and everything in between. Because I know one of our schools doesn't do Make Your Day, but all of our other schools do Make Your Day. So to kind of see how that correlates to preparing our students for high school, because I know we're moving away from school uniforms next school year, so kind of seeing, how that can prepare students for the high school and how they maybe feel about that. Yeah.
Not sure what response, but as mentioned before, it is something that we plan on communicating to the board at a future meeting as we collect more data. Sometimes there is a correlation, sometimes there isn't because there are a variety of variables. But as mentioned before, I think as it was brought up before, mentioned that we will provide that information as we go a little bit further through the year.
Okay.
Any other questions? No, thank you so
Okay,
much for
thank
your
you very
presentation,
much.
your time and effort.
It's our fastest presentation of the day.
Thank you, Dr. Thomas Reynolds and Mr. Geyer. Appreciate you. So next item on the agenda is our bond exploration. So I'll turn that over to Ms. Courtney Pena, who'll lead that, who has a variety of presenters here to tag team along with this presentation.
Good afternoon, Mr. Nilsson, members of the board. Today I'm going to give you, feels a little low. Today I'm going to give you an overview of what we might be looking for the November election and possibly our district going out for bond. I will bring you up to date on what the district has been working on and also some other valuable information in hopes to for you guys to have informative information to make the best decision possible moving forward. So for today's objective, we are wanting to provide clear, transparent, accurate information on the bond to, like I mentioned, to be able to enhance your knowledge of what that means if we go out in the November election in order for you guys to make that informed decision as we move forward. So talking a little bit about our timeline, this is the progression that we have made and the timeline that we are currently looking at. The bond committee met 3 times. We met March 25th, April 13th, and yesterday, April 27th. The goal of that committee was first, it was comprised of parents, community members, classified and certified employees. At our first meeting, we did an overview of how bonds work. We partnered with our financing third party, Stiefel. They were able to come in and assist with providing informative information to the group and give them an idea as to how this would work when it comes to being a taxpayer. Then we also had another meeting, and we did somewhat of what we call a Finance 101. We were able to go through some funding sources and be able to discuss how those funding sources work and the limited capacity that we have with those as well. We reviewed election statistics from Mr. Paul Yuland, who is with Primary Consultants. He was able to provide statistics on history of voting within our community, and then also in general with other districts and what those numbers look like. We're also, through the last meeting, we also identified the essential needs of the district, providing data, so we're able to be able to make decisions based off of the data that we're providing. We want to make informed decisions, and we want to make long-term decisions for the district. So those were the goals of the committee meetings. So next, it brings us to today. Today we're here for our study session. We're going to give you, take you through the update, and then we're also going to explore the options for potential of calling for the bond election. On May 12th, we'll follow up with a presentation of a recommendation to the governing board and possibility calling for election at that meeting. After May 12th, if the board so chooses to do so and approves the recommendation, and that's the point in time where the district has called for election. So there's going to be a lot of legalities that we will have to follow as a district. And so really what we will be doing if the future holds that we're going out for a bond, what we will be doing is really just informing and campaigning to inform our community with factual information. As you know or may have heard, the district cannot campaign for a yes vote. We can only campaign based off of factual information of what it means for the district to have the bond or not have the bond. And so we'll have some guidance on that as well. And then the big day is going to be November 3rd is election day. And so that will tell a lot of districts on the future of what it may hold. So I want to take everyone through a little bit of our funding resources. If you recall, these funding resources were also presented at the last study session in the fall. And so we went through several of them, and so I'll dive into them again and just explain what they are used for. So your revenue control limit fund, this is what we refer to as our maintenance and operation budget. It is a state formula budget based off of the state budget that is approved every year, hopefully sometime before July. It sets our formula to be able to allocate what we have, what we're able to operate with. And so that is devised by local property taxes, state aid. What is that? That's mainly used for salaries and benefits, utilities, special education, and transportation. And so that is what we call our operating budget. 90% of our budget in maintenance and operation is going towards salaries and benefits because that is our largest cost. The second largest cost in maintenance and operations is utilities. So that's the second largest cost on there. So you can imagine that the budget gets eaten up pretty quickly when we're operating the district. The second fund here is District Additional Assistance, referred to as DAA or capital. This is also a formula-based fund from the state, and so this is local property taxes and state aid. This is used for textbooks, furniture and equipment, library books, technology equipment. Anytime you're replacing a roof, this is also a fund that you may be using. If you're purchasing furniture for the classroom, this is a fund you would be using. If we had to do a replacement of asphalt at our school sites, this is a fund that you would also be using. So many times we refer to it as DAA or capital. The next fund we have is Building Renewal Grant. Building Renewal Grant is a grant that is allocated out of the state budget. It is a grant application. It is overseen by the School Facilities Board. This past year, it was allocated at $200 million. And through the grant process and the system that they have, there was about 700 grants that school districts across Arizona applied for. And that was the number in 2025. Of those 700 grants that they applied for, they estimated the amount at $338 million. So you can see there where the $200 million that the state allocated for building maintenance, building renewal roofing, replacement of HVAC units, weatherization, things like that. Not all school districts were approved through that, and so there's always a shortfall of that, and that's somewhat of what I'll get into a little here shortly. Debt service fund. Debt service fund is a debt payment fund, and what that means is that anytime the district finances anything off of our property taxes, so if we were to, currently we have old bonds that we're paying down right now. This is a restricted fund that is managed by the treasurer's office. We don't have access to it. What we do is review the payments that are paid out to our third-party financing companies. So what happens with this is that the money collected from property owners is all collected in this fund, and those payments are directly going to our bank that may have financed us for a bond. So adjacent ways. Adjacent ways is anytime you use more than $50,000 out of this fund, it does have to go through the School Facilities Oversight Board. They have to approve your project, and mainly what this is used is to improve infrastructure around your school sites. That can mean that you're putting in a road, you're replacing a road, you're adding sidewalks, curbing, bus bays, things like that. So there's a lot of potential there, but it is limited on how you can use this fund. Last adoption, we went out and there's a property that we own on Miami. We are going jointly with the developer there. The board approved for us to be able to use adjacent ways, and so that expenditure is the road that is getting put in there. We're going to split that 50-50 with the developer on there, so then that way we have an accessible road on Miami. Federal and state grants, those are formula applications that we must apply for. They may come from the federal level or from the state government. Those grants are primarily used to supplement the educational program. So I wanted to focus on some of the main funds that the district utilizes, and I just wanted to give you a visual of the different funding sources that we have. So I did mention maintenance and operation. If I was to put all of those all of the budgets together in one pot, maintenance and operation takes up 76% of that. In addition, district additional assistance is only about 13% of those of that total funding source. And then the other funding sources is what state grants would look like, so they're at about 11% there. So this is a fun one. We have basic funding formula for district additional assistance. This is the formula I wanted to inform the board of the district additional assistance. What it is for every district, For K-8 students, they take your enrollment and they multiply that in the most simplest form by the amount that is allocated there. So you have $549.45 there. And they, at the simplest form, you're multiplying that by your ADM. For high school districts, they get allocated a little bit more at $686. And so they're also able to get additional monies for textbook component as well if you're in a high school district. So just to put it in perspective, $549.45 multiplied by, let's say, 6,000 students in our district. We're roughly under that, but about 6,000 students. That gives us an allocation of $3.2 million, roughly. If you think about that, not too long ago, we updated the board that Estrella Vista was receiving a new roof, and they were approved through the School Facilities Board. That roof, at the time when I presented that to you, it was $3.4 million, is what the roof cost us at that time. That was a three-year-old quote that was given to us. The vendor honored that quote, so he did not adjust it for, or they didn't adjust it for inflation or any additional costs. They honored that from 3 years ago of the 3.4. So just comparing the two of one roof for one school site, an entire replacement cost us, or we received 3.4. When you take a look at district additional assistance, we're only receiving 3.2. There. So, you know, there's, when you're having to use your district additional assistance for almost everything, it can be very, very challenging. District additional assistant amounts may be budgeted between your M&O, your maintenance and operation budget, and your unrestricted capital. So of that 3.2 that I mentioned, the district is allowed to move some of that budget capacity over to maintenance and operation fund. Traditionally, Littleton has not done that in the past, but it is completely acceptable. Some districts do have to do that at times and for different reasons. Just adding some notes here, charter additional assistance, CAA, they get a higher allocation, so $2,131.90 is what they receive. If we were to multiply that by that same number of 6,000 students, we would be looking at $12.7 million of that. So you can see that there's just a big disparity there, unfortunately. So district additional assistance, as a reminder, we use this for textbooks, curriculum adoptions, repairing of our buses, purchasing new buses, vehicles, new HVAC units, asphalt replacement, building improvements, new roofing repairs, playground equipment, and classroom furniture as well. And so those, I also, technology is also included in there. That's just off the top of our head of what we use capital funding for, and so it can be very difficult to maintain buildings and go above and beyond of what all has to be taken care of. So this brings me to our next slide. So you are aware, or may be aware, of a capital lawsuit that was filed. A number of school districts filed jointly in 2017 against the state of Arizona. They argued that the state failed to meet its constitutional duty under Arizona's general and uniform education clause, stating that the current state formula system is inadequate and unequal, putting school districts in heavy reliance of local bonds and overrides, which creates disparity with other school districts throughout the state who may have property wealth. Well, that lasted about 7 years. So in August of 2025, the judge ruled in favor of the school districts, and they indicated that the current state funding system is unconstitutional. It fails to provide a uniform, adequate school facilities funding statewide. So what this meant is that this ruling of the court, they indicated with the state that they were to bring facilities up to adequacy, maintain them over time, overhaul the current funding formula system in order to support growing districts and reduce the disparity between wealthy and poor districts. So that was part of the litigation. We knew at the time when this came out in August of 2025 that it would be appealed. And it did try to get appealed. If I take you back just a little bit before this lawsuit, back in, this is not the first lawsuit, back in 1994, if you recall, Roosevelt Elementary School District versus Bishop was a lawsuit against the state as well. And so in 1998, as it took many years, 1998 legislators did not immediately fix the system. After continued pressure and follow-up ruling, it enacted a major reform in 1998 to refer to what we call now is the Student First Act. And so what the Students First Act did is create the Arizona School Facilities Board to be able to oversee school facilities. They established what we refer to as MAG, which is the Minimum Adequacy Guidelines. And so what they indicated there is that the state created these guidelines and they were to follow these guidelines and ensure that districts were meeting those guidelines and the state was funding them to those levels. They shifted the responsibility to the state to ensure adequacy on eventually what happened is the legislators shifted that more to the state's responsibility to adequately fund those facilities. So the current lawsuit is a follow-up to this and indicating that the state has failed to live up to the Students First framework over the time. The ruling was historic for school districts that they won this for all. It was a victory for all of our Arizona students. However, it is a long haul. We knew that we would not get even though the judge ruled in favor of the school districts, there was not going to be a retroactive to what the state owed districts. And so now what that means is that the state is fighting this. Obviously, they want to appeal this. And so last month, the judge issued a final order giving the Arizona State Legislature 8 months to overhaul and fix the unconstitutional funding system. So right now, we're still on hold, and it's still to be continued at the moment. So we're hopeful for it. Unfortunately, our facilities still lack until there is a true fix into the state funding formula. Okay, so moving channels here. This is our building assessment of facility conditions. About a year ago, McKinstry is a third-party company. They are a nationally firm that supports and guides school districts with facility assessments, capital planning, maintenance, prioritization, and energy-efficient solutions to maintain safe schools and optimize long-term taxpayer investments. This is a third-party company that the district went into contract with. What they did is they came out and assessed our buildings. They did a partial assessment, and so the goal really was to provide the district with a partial plan, a schedule, maintenance schedule, and a cost that to make data-driven decisions. Because what we really want to do is make smart decisions, right? We know that there's a lack of funding, so what we want with that is that with the minimum funding that we do have, we want to be able to make smart decisions and have a plan for those funding sources. So the scope of work, they took a look at 9 of our district buildings, so our 8 school sites, including the district office, and then they focused on 7 different areas. The 7 different areas: roofing, plumbing, HVAC units, fire protection, electrical, equipment, and site improvements. So these are the 7. This is a partial this is a partial plan. So I just want to make sure that the scope of work, that we point that out, because it is not comprehensive to everything that the district is in need of. And so I'm just focusing that this was not a full assessment of the district. So then they provided us with the data. So the cost over the next 10 years, we are ranking them from highest to lowest here. And so this is a cost for every school site. You can tell that at the top, Lakin Prep Academy, appropriately so, will have very minimal cost. That is a brand new school, and so we don't anticipate that there is a large cost on there. You can see here that Littleton Elementary is our biggest site that's going to cost us the most. And so we are at a little under 14 million for Littleton. If we were to take out our checkbook today and we were to say, let us take care of these 7 areas that they assessed, and let's take care of Littleton today, we would have to come up with a little over 13 million for Littleton. So here is some data for the for you. Just showing here and ranking them from the highest to the lowest. Littleton Elementary, 13 million. Estrella Vista is at 10 million, but I also want to note there that their roof was included in this assessment. So now that the roof was repaired through the School Facilities Board, we will remove that, that cost will be reduced on there. So the total amount over the cost over 10 years, again, if we were to take out our checkbook today and take care of all of our school sites and all of the needs that they addressed in their assessment, it would cost the district about $70 million. So here is our facility condition index. This is an index that that McKinstry provided for us. And so just taking a look at the colors, red being critical. The next area is orange, and so orange is poor, and yellow is fair, green being good. And so for the district here, this is a map of all of our school sites, including the district office. You can see in red is Littleton, but what we want to focus in on is that even though Littleton is red, not much of all of our sites, with the exception of Lakin, all of our sites are sitting at poor. So we have a lot of work ahead of us to take care of our facilities. So this gives you an idea, if you have this slide in front of you, because I know it's really small on these screens. This is what we call, and this is just for number purposes, the facility condition index are the scores that each school site scored on here. So you can see the individual, they're all ranked from highest to lowest. And so you can see here that the index score, the recommendation is that you're to be below 0.25. The outlier here is Littleton. They are at a 0.38. That is definitely, as we know, the site that needs the most TLC. So. Okay, we're not going to dive into this. This is primarily for visual purposes. So what McKinstry did is they were able to connect us with a dashboard that we're now able to keep track of all of the needs that they assess, the 7 areas that they assess. We're able to keep track of those areas and see this. You can refer to this visual as a checklist. So if I just drill down to any one of these boxes, it's going to tell me exactly what needs to be done. It starts from red to green. If I focus in the critical, poor, fair areas, 70% of this screen, that's where our school sites are sitting at. Those green areas are primarily Laken. And so I just wanted to give a visual of and put it in perspective of what our critical needs are. So we're going to go a little bit through pictures because with McKinstry's work, they also kept an inventory of all of our facilities and the conditions that they are in. So we're going to go through each school site and just take a look at some of the needs that need to happen. So this is currently Littleton Elementary. You can see the HVAC unit, some building repairs that need to happen. Foundational issues at Littleton. This is roofing issues, weatherization issues, and then this is the gymnasium, the cafeteria. If you put it, it's a little dark, but if you put it, look at the bottom of that screen, that's the basketball court, and you can see how close relatively that basketball court is to that ceiling. This is our original school, so it's our oldest school site. Collier Elementary. Roofing at Collier. Estrella Vista, plumbing, HVAC. Estrella Vista. Tres Rios. Country Place. Quinton. Fine Arts. District Office. And in Laken, we know that their conditions are not critical, so there no critical needs were found. So a lot of pictures in there. So next we're going to go into school transportation needs. I wanted to provide informative information regarding our school transportation fleet. Our current bus fleet is at 34. We have 24 general education buses that hold 72 to 84 students, depending on the capacity of the bus and depending on the size of the students. We also have 9 special ed buses and 1 white fleet. The white fleet is a bus that holds roughly 15 individuals that does not require a CDL to drive, so often that can be used by other district personnel to transport students at times. Of those 15 out of the 33 buses, 15 of our buses are 10 years or older. So the guideline for the life expectancy is at 10 to 12 years at the most, and that depends on your mileage, and it also depends on the areas that you're driving on, whether you're in urban or rural areas. The recommendation is to have at max about 250,000 miles. So if we were to replace 15 buses, these are ranked here in order. Our oldest bus is 23 years old. And you can see here that every bus identified is 10 years or older. So we have quite a few buses. If we were to take a look at the 15 buses that need to be replaced, for a general education bus, 72 to 84 passengers, they're about 250,000 each, roughly. Special education buses cost us about 150,000. And so if we take a look at those numbers, it would cost us roughly $3.1 million to replace all 15 today. So this is the current situation of our school bus age. We have 15 ranging from 10 to 23 years. We have 11 buses ranging from 5 years to 9 years. And we have 8 buses ranging from 1 year to 4 years. So you can see here that the majority of our fleet has aged, and as time goes on, it will age a little bit longer. In Arizona, traditionally, the heat is pretty bad, and so it can be pretty brutal on our buses. But miraculously, we have some really great mechanics that are keeping them on the road, so we're grateful for those individuals. So moving on, we have technology and security needs. And so just taking a look at a 7-year plan with our technology and security needs, to do a computer refresh, classroom displays like the displays here, to have those in rotation, to do server upgrades so we don't lose our, all the things that are critical on our network. Upgrade intercom systems, replacement of copiers, security upgrades, wireless upgrades, fire panels, and operational equipment. All of that would be about $8.7 million, roughly. So I talked about a lot of numbers today, and throughout the presentation, I was able to provide you with facility numbers, transportation numbers, technology numbers. What I wanted to do here is be able to wrap that all up for you and just taking a look at a high level of just the estimated cost that I went into today. Realizing that the Littleton is our highest concern right now. They are going to need quite a bit to get that facility up and going. There's some things that are challenging because of the age of the building. And so just taking a look at that, the total amounts of what we discussed today, we would be looking at $125 million roughly there. That is the end of my presentation. I would like to ask the board, do you have any questions before our next presenter?
Thank you so much.
Sure.
Amazing presentation to the person who came out and put this all together. It's a lot to take in at the current moment, but I think as a board and as a community, it makes us really sit back and just reflect on how much our community needs us at the moment to deliver high-quality public schools in our community. I think thank you for providing that information about the charter information. I was not aware of that. I did not know they got almost 80% more than what we get as public schools. So for this part, I don't have any questions. I think we know there's a lot that needs to be replaced and needs to be fixed. But I guess my next initial question, with the 3.2 million we get allocated each year over the lifespan of 70 million, we know that that's not enough over the 10 years to fix what we need at all of our schools. And a lot of those schools need those repairs within 5 years. So I know in 2024, the board, we did authorize the administration to go out to do a ballot initiative to get that increase, because it used to be 2.3 million for the district additional assistance.
Correct.
So I guess my next initial question will kind of be how, I know you mentioned from the capital funds we're paying for the solar loan that we did. Annually, how much are we paying? Because I think we made the first payment recently, did we?
We did.
We
Yes.
did. Is that coming out of capital?
Thank you, Mr. Senacetos, for the question. It is coming out of capital. We are trying to get this subsidized from at the federal level. The subsidizing of that is roughly 30% of what we finance. So it's not going to finance completely, or it's not going to take care of everything that we finance. So the district is on the hook to make that payment and be diverse in how we make that payment. And so the capital fund is being used currently for that. The process is lengthy to get the subsidization, because you have to be in working standard with the solar before you can even start your application process. The application process starts, it roughly takes about 9 months to actually receive the subsidized funding for that. Our payment was due January 1st. Our second payment's going to be due July 1. And so because we don't have that subsidized funding from the federal level, currently the district is taking care of it out of capital funds.
Okay. And I know when we voted on, I don't think we actually voted on the actual lifespan of the loan. Do you know how long the loan is on that?
Thank you for the question, Mr. Senacetos. We definitely can give you that information. We do have Stiefel with us today. They are the ones that also assisted with that financing, not to put them on the spot, but we can certainly provide that information. We have it on a schedule that tells us, and so we will be taking a look at things. There is a prepayment penalty. So what the good, we are lucky to be in partnership with Stiefel. They take us through all of those different scenarios to save the district money ultimately, and be able to find other funding sources to maximize what we're doing.
Okay.
So we can, maybe by the end of the presentation, we may, or hopefully we'll have the information, and if we don't, we'll provide it to Dr. Lafitte.
Okay. No, thank you. And then I know, following up on that, in 2024, we had an opportunity to add an extra I think was $600,000 in our capital projects. I think I, as a board member at the time, did not realize that that extra money would have been paying for the solar loan at the moment. I don't think that was, they tried to communicate with that with us, but I don't think we received it in the right way. So has there been conversations to see if there is a way we could go out for an additional increase in the district additional assistance, because bonds have become so politicized at the local level in our community? Has there been a conversation of possibly we could go back out, because we know that solar interest is going to eat up at our capital funds, and that's going to prevent us long-term from being able to actually fix a lot of these things?
Thank you for the question, Mrs. Senacetos. On November of 2024, the district went out for a capital override that is 7 years long, and so you are capped at that 7 years before you go out again. We could go out probably about the 5-6 year mark, just to get within the cycle of the election of that. Really is dependent on your property value. I don't know of a district that has a current, I don't know that that's allowable. If we currently have a voter approved election, it is for 7 years.
Okay. But phenomenal job, Courtney. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Next, I have Stiefel and Miss Megan Burke and Mr. Brian Lumberg. They represent the district. They have a long-standing relationship with us, probably over 15 years. They handle our financing. It's a third party that we look at for financial guidance, and then they talk out different scenarios with the district of what's the best advantageous way to be able to do different financing on behalf of the district. So without further ado, I'll turn it over to Miss Megan Burke. Thank you so much. There's that, there's a clicker. We're all good there. And then if Brian needs to speak, I'm going to give him this. Thank you. Be careful, watch your footing. Okay. Just give me 1 second.
All right. Thank you, Courtney. Good afternoon. Dr. Lafitte, members of the board, happy to be here today. I'm Megan Burke with Stiefel, my colleague Brian Lundberg. We're happy to share information with you. If you need me to speak up, just say so. I'll answer a couple of your questions just real quick before I dive into the presentation. Another thing to point on to, which Courtney was discussing, Ms. Pena was discussing about the DAA. The way the DAA works for funding of it, it's the lesser of 10% of your RCL. So you're also limited there in the amount that you can ask voters for. So it's the lesser of a dollar amount that you've asked for in the during the election process, or 10% of your RCL. So it's capped too. And it's that solar lease goes out to 2044. 44, yeah. So we can figure out how to deal with that later, but yeah. Okay, all right, let me start. I'm gonna start with, so Ms. Pena summarized kind of where the district is in relation to your committee and the assessments, the facility assessments that you've done. Dr. Paul Ulen is going to come up once I'm done and kind of talk about the community survey that's happened. I'm going to talk about the bond election process and kind of parameters and just specifics around the election. You were looking right there, okay. All right. This is, the first page here is just your general election calendar. Maricopa County, all the counties have an election calendar. Maricopa County's is the most stringent, I guess I would say. They drive the process, and their first requirement to meet any of their deadlines is as early as May, even though the election does not happen until November. So we are really, that's why we're kind of having these conversations now. The concept of putting a resolution in front of the board would need to move forward with an election would need to happen in the May to June timeframe. The first item that you see there is first week of May, notification of intent to move forward with an election. That date is actually May 8th. The district has informed the county of its intent. That doesn't mean you are moving forward. Obviously, the board has to act on that. There is just a process where you have to notify them if that is your intent. But if the board chooses or the district chooses after they've informed, you can take that back. The next is early July. That is your signed election resolution to the county. That needs to happen in order for them to, they're processing between, Maricopa County is processing between 40 and 50 on average elections every single year, so that's why they have such a regimented timeline. Our discussions with you are to do that at the May 12th meeting, if you should so choose to move forward and do that. Next timeline is, the thing that takes up most of the time is down a few line items in July, August. That is when we're going through the voter information pamphlet process with the district and your election council and the county. So that happens throughout the course of July and August. The voter information pamphlet has to get translated into Spanish as well, and then has to get printed and mailed out. So that's kind of another big portion of the calendar. Then in early October, voter mailing pamphlets are sent out, so it has to go out at least 35 days before the election, with the election happening November 3rd. Ms. Pena kind of walked through this. This is just an election timeline. This process is, an election is always ongoing because there's so much involved with it. So a lot of this has already occurred or is in the process. January to March, based on our experience, is when staff should be talking about the capital needs and election requirements. If you aren't beginning this process until May of an election cycle, you're kind of beginning it way too soon. So that those discussions, as Ms. Pena laid out, and the meetings that the district has previously had, is kind of setting you up to get to a point where you would be calling for a resolution in May. The May-June timeframe is you get the report from the Election Advisory Committee. Paul Ulan's going to talk a little bit about the community outreach that the district has had and what the support is there. Then in May to July, the governing board, as I mentioned, would call for the election. June through August, we are what is considered the investment banker. We're working with council, which is election council, to prepare, as we already mentioned, and then we get to your election day. This has also been ongoing. These are the timing considerations from within the district. Again, this all kind of cycles through to where you are. Right now, you're getting input from your committee. Notification has already occurred, so that's down on the bottom right. Governing board process, education, and deliberations that would happen throughout the course of this meeting and the meeting in May. You need to have a governing board quorum in order to vote on a resolution to move forward. And then there are election call triggers. These are do's and don'ts, advocacy allowances, I guess, if you will. These are things that the district and the staff and the governing board is allowed to or not allowed to do once an election is called. There will be some training for board and staff should you move forward with the call of an election at a later point in time. Here are capital project spendings with bond proceeds. So up in the top left, this is your statutory list of uses of bond proceeds. These are allowable proceeds or dollars that can be spent on proceeds under statute. So you cannot spend bond dollars on things like M&O, textbooks, things like that. They need to be spent on capital related projects, so statute drives that. For purchasing for instance, for purchasing or leasing of school buildings. So there's a list that is allowed, and they are purchasing, or I wrote notes and I'm trying to catch up, purchasing or leasing of school buildings, building or renovating FT&E, furniture, technology and equipment, improving school grounds, transportation vehicles, liquidating indebtedness. So that gives you a sense of what statutory allowances are. District bond ballot language may not expand that list, so you may not ask for things outside of that statutory list, but it may restrict that list. In certain circumstances, we wouldn't recommend that you do that, but you are allowed to kind of reduce what the statutory list is. And an example of that is, and this is why I wrote the note, is one of the items is allows for purchasing or leasing of school lots. So while the district might not intend to do purchase or lease of a school lot right now, 10 years down the road, these bonds are for 10 years. If you remove that from your, where the green is, from your bond ballot language, you will not be allowed to do that, even though you're allowed under statute to do that during this 10-year period. So we really recommend keeping the district bond ballot language to match the statutory list. Then there's another list, which I'm going to show an example of, the capital projects table that will show up in your voter information pamphlet. Ms. Pena showed you the list of all the facilities assessments that are within the district, and so we will work to, once it's decided what the amount of the election that you are going to move forward with, if you do so, we will work to build out this capital projects table that will show up in the voter pamphlet. And then again, as I mentioned, these are 10-year bonds. You're allowed to, once approved by voters, you are allowed to It could take up to 10 years to sell these bonds. You can do it in shorter, but you need to sell within the 10-year time period. And lots of things change over 10 years. So there is a mechanism for submitting capital project changes to voters if, things change, and what we decide now from a capital projects table perspective changes 5 years from now. But we don't need to touch on that get too in the weeds on that. A voter information pamphlet. So we will work, should the district decide to move forward with an election, we will work with Ms. Pena's staff to election council and the county she will be the point person to work through with the county and get all the information that is needed from a tax rate perspective to the county. The governing board's role is pro or con statements for overrides. We're not discussing an override here, but there will be language as to a statement as to why the district is moving forward with an election. So there will be involvement from you on that. The timing, again, dictated by the county. Election council role, again, that is your bond council or election council. They work to draft the voter pamphlet. They will be the one that will correspond directly with the county and work to get it translated. And they also work with legislative council for all those requirements. And then pamphlet proofs, that process happens in the July-August timeframe. So we're really, refining the pamphlet and making sure everything is included in it. There is a pro-con statement period that happens in August as well. So those statements that get submitted through the county, there are requirements there, but those would get submitted in August. Okay, this next table is an example. This is not by any means the dollar amount that is being discussed right now. That's a process that the district is working through. This is just an example that we use in a lot of our in our presentations. But in this particular example, this district was asking for $90 million. The capital projects list is what I was referring to back here on this chart, and in the orange or bronze, orange box. You are required in your voter information pamphlet to break out projects from an administrative purpose as well as a non-administrative purpose. So anything that would be for district office space would be in the administrative purposes section. Anything in non-administrative purposes section would be in the above. Then it's recommended to break it down further into subcategories. We don't want to break it down into 20 subcategories because you're getting too many in the weeds, and then you're also prohibiting yourself from making changes in the future. But we recommend a few high-level categories to give you flexibility and with your projects in the future. So in this particular case, new school construction, renovations, and improvements, and they had $67 million. You'll see that they also did construction of a new K through 6 school in North District, and that was a separate line item. In this particular district, that was probably a really, it had probably great voter appeal, and so they probably called out that particular campus in specifically in order to show that they were going to not only spend $67 million on new construction and renovations, but construction of a new school. So if that is something that would be important in Littleton's case here, because of all the needs it sounds like that have to occur, that that might be something that you choose to move forward with. FT&E you call out separately, and then also if you're going to have buses or pupil transportation vehicles, we'd recommend those as separate line items. But this is just to show you of major category. You want to kind of lump them into categories, and then there will be a tax rate calculation per category based on a $100,000 home. I'm going to go real quick here. Capital projects list takeaway. Again, we've talked about the statutory language as well as your bond ballot language. We kind of recommend those be the same. I'm down all the way on the bottom on the green on the left. Specific categories and project tables may have greater voter approval, so we've already talked about that, i.e. in Littleton's case. Project category wording may identify specific concerns without limiting flexibility. That might mean safety and security. So safety and security might be a big issue for you guys. You might want to make that a separate line item or a separate category. There is danger, I'm up now, danger in skirting too close to the spirit of the law of capital projects. So there is nothing that says in statute that you have to separate these into categories. You have to do non-administrative and you have to do administrative, but you don't have to break them out into separate. We recommend it though. There have been some districts of late that have just thrown it all into one pot, and there's been a lot of criticism around that lately. So trying to get more specificity there from a voter's perspective so they understand what the district is doing is very helpful. Then their projects may fall into more than one category. And then, as I mentioned again, these are 10-year bonds, so there is a 10% leeway. So if projects change and things change, there is some flexibility down the road to move money from pot to pot up to 10%. Voter pamphlet, pros and cons statements, district narrative in the body of the voter information pamphlet. So there will be a statement as to why an election has been called, and you can do it either in the form of a statement or in the form of frequently asked questions. That will be in the body. There are pro-con statements in the voter information pamphlet. These are submitted by individuals or group. They're required to be sworn statements, and the city of residence must be included in the pamphlet. For governing boards, a bond statement is prohibited. They're required for overrides, but a bond statement for a bond election is prohibited from the governing board. So there's that. And then bond issuance boundaries. So this is just kind of talking about what is binding and what isn't binding when you move forward with the bond election or any election, but this is specific to bonds. So included in your voter information pamphlet will be a payment and tax rate table that is not binding. The AV, the timing, the size of it, the bond issues may change. So we are making a best case scenario at the time the voter information pamphlet is drafted. You are making an estimate of what your tax rate is going to be, but if you project a tax rate and you fall below or you exceed it in any given year, that is not binding. The only thing that is binding is that your debt cannot be repaid for a period longer than 20 years. So any debt that is issued under the bonds, you can if you sell these bonds in 3 separate series or 4 separate series, each separate series of bonds cannot be longer than 20 years. Total bond authorization, that is binding. So the amount that the board were to approve to move forward with at an election, if that amount was 50 million, 100 million, whatever that amount is, that is the binding amount. That is the amount that you would ask voters for, and that cannot be exceeded. The max interest rate, we'll put a maximum interest rate in the resolution. It'll be high, 10 to 12%, but that's because these, again, are long-term bonds. They're, for a period of exceeding a few years, and we don't know what interest rates are going to do, so we want to make sure that you have flexibility in the future. We talked about the 10% leeway. That is binding, but you do have the ability to move money around 10% from category to category. FT&E, that is binding. So if money is to be spent on short-term type eligible projects, furniture, equipment, technology, those things they have a shorter life expectancy, so those need to be paid back within 5 years of each bond sale that they are financed out of. And then on your projects, again, we've talked about this statute, that's binding. Ballot language, again, binding. And then the VI table, you list specific projects, but you have flexibility in that 10% range. So with that, there's a lot of information on a bond, a voter pamphlet. I'll just pause real quick before we jump into the next section.
About questions for me. But no, Megan, I thought I'd point out, though, that the individual board members can submit a pro statement. It's
yes.
just simply as a board, you can't submit it.
Correct. Thanks, Brian. That's true. When you're doing an override, the board is required to pull together a statement that you adopted at a meeting, and that is the statement that goes in your voter information pamphlet. That is, you are not allowed to do that with the bond. But as a board member, you on your own behalf may enter a pro, hopefully not a con, statement and submit that into your voter information pamphlet. Thank you. Anyone else have any questions? All right. So I'll just give you a little information on current AVs, tax rates, and your current debt outstanding from a bond perspective that is repaid for through property taxes. Here is the district's assessed value over a 10-year period. The maroon bars are your net limited assessed property value. That is the base for calculating property taxes. The blue is your full cash value, and that is the base for calculating your debt capacity. So you'll see you've had healthy growth, especially in the last 3 or 4 years, you had double-digit growth. It's slowed down a little bit. We've seen a slowdown in Maricopa County. I think there was, with such a boom in the real estate market, I think there's been a slow or a catch-up, if you will. So we did notice some slowing last year. You still had growth. We did see in fiscal 25-26, we did see some districts that had either zero growth or negative growth, but you've continued to see increases. Here's a breakout of your property tax base. So heavily residential, 62% of your property tax base is residential, or and that's either owner or rental occupied. Commercial making up the other largest portion, 34%. So that's largely where your property taxes get paid from for the repayment of your debt and your overrides, your bonds and your overrides. Here you have a breakout of your tax rates. So this is, again, a 10-year period. You'll see you have an overall declining tax rate. This is combined tax rate, so this is primary and secondary. Primary is your M&O, and that is your gold or copper bar, and that is set not by you. That's set by the state every year. That has been declining over time slightly. And then the other 3 portions there are your overrides and your bonds. So all on the secondary side, your DAA override, your M&O override, and then your bonds in the blue. So again, those have been, as your assessed value grows, because that assessment the base has continued to grow, you have continued to see decline in your tax rate as well. So currently your bond tax rate in fiscal 25-26 is about 79 cents. And then below, just so you have this as a history, is a history of your bonds and your overrides. So when the election occurred, M&O stands for your M&O election, what the percentage was, what you asked for. We put that there because some districts do ask for lesser than 15%, some do 10, some do 5, some do just a random number. And then the last year that election would have been effective or good for, and then also your passage rate. So you can see you have a very high passage rate. There are some districts that, obviously don't pass or, need at least 50.9%, 50. So, you have a very successful passage rate, but we include that there so you have that. Here's a summary of the debt that the district currently has outstanding. So bonds from your 2009, 2014, and 2017 and 2021 elections. So those are your elections. And then these are the principal amounts these are just principal amounts that remain outstanding for each of the individual series of bonds. You have roughly $40 million. So if you look all the way over to the right, you have $40 million in bonds outstanding. This is just a graph of your principal and interest. So this factors in the interest, and again, declining over time. That's done so that should you be looking to go out for future bond elections, as we're talking about now, you can layer in future debt without having to increase your tax rate and or your debt service too much. And then this last slide here is your peer district comparison debt. So as I mentioned 2 slides prior, the district's debt outstanding is currently at 40 million, and these are peer districts and the dollar amount of debt that they currently have outstanding for bonds. And for questions, we have our contact information if anything were to come up after the fact. That's all I had prepared for today, but I'm happy to answer any questions anyone might have.
Any questions?
So over the, well, thank you so much for this presentation.
Yeah.
So for the 40 million in the outstanding, how much is outstanding? That's from the last 2 to 3 bonds combined, assuming, if I look at the
Yep.
numbers together.
So this, you have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 bond issues outstanding.
Mm-hmm.
That does not include the lease solar that you're referring to earlier.
Yeah.
And these will totally pay off by 2041. But these are on this page. I know it's really small, but hopefully you can see it better in front of you. This is the maturity schedule for each of those individual bond issues. So all the way over on the far right, the last bond sale that was done was a $14 million. I'll zero in on this one. It was a $14,140,000 bond. It was from the 2021 election, so project of 2021. It was from the 2021 election. It was sold in 2022, and they sold all $14 million at that time. So they sold whatever the amount that you requested for at the election, they just sold that in one sale. Currently outstanding from that $14 million it's $13,840,000.
Okay. And then over time, when we pay back those bonds, that comes from
The levy.
the levy.
That
Yep.
comes right.
So
correctly
we
from the
know
debt service fund.
this existing debt service, it's already been sold. You already required to pay it back to investors. And so we look at this repayment schedule every single year. We assess the district. We look at your repayment schedule of what is owed from principal and interest. And when the levy is set, we include that dollar amount for principal and interest in order to generate enough property taxes to cover that debt service payment.
Okay. That's all I had for.
Thank you. I
But,
think
Well, thank you, Ms. Megan Burke and Brian Lumberg. Thank you for being here today. Would you like to include anything? Okay. All right. Next,
and I asked Randy, so if you want me to give you a couple of updates on the capital funding?
Yes.
Okay. So the budget that came out, you saw, I don't know if people saw on the news last night, the Republicans did put forth a budget. It did not include any proposals from, the governor put out a budget in January. It did not include any proposals that she wanted to see on Prop 123 or the capital funding lawsuit. So I know there's going to be a lot of work to go there, per Randy. It does include $183 million for building renewal. It included poverty rate and additional assistance. So the building renewal grant money is there, but they're not doing anything at this point, they're not doing anything to deal with 123 or the capital funding lawsuit. So it's going to be a long budget season.
very long. Yes. Thank you for that information. Miss Randy Stein is part of Stiefel, and she...
My colleague who, sorry, could not be here.
Yes, she was unavailable, and so she is really informative with what is happening down at the state capitol. Moving forward, we have primary consultants here, Mr. Paul Euland. He's going to give us election data and information on how he will be conducting a survey of our community and inform us of what that process looks like. Mr. Paul?
Good, good afternoon, Dr. Lafitte, members of the board. For the record, my name is Paul Udlin. It is a pleasure to be here. I've been here for the district many, many times, and I'll talk about that in a little bit. I just wanted to give a little brief information. Some of you know me, some of you don't. I've been involved in marketing, elections, polling for the last 33 years. I've done more bond and override elections than anyone else in the state over that time. And not only am I active supporting schools on the election side, I'm past chair of ABEC, Arizona Business Education Coalition. And like you, I serve on a governing board as well. I'm on the Glendale Union High School District. So I appreciate your time today. It's tough. It's a lot of work and tough work to do, and appreciate you donating your time for students and the community. I've had extensive experience working throughout the entire, throughout the state, but especially in the West Valley. And as I said, I've worked Agua Fria, Avondale, Fowler, Litchfield, Littleton, Pendergast, Riverside, Tolleson Elementary, and Tolleson Union for bond and override and DAA elections. And part of those last 4 cycles, it's not what you've done; it's what have you done for me lately. So I look at that a high success rate: 33 bonds, 49 overrides, 3 land sales, and those are relatively easy, and a couple of JTED election questions. So I've been across the board on school finance elections. And so I'm helping the district in a couple ways. I have met with the Needs Assessment Blue Ribbon Committee, and going to talk a little bit about the district demographics, so understanding who votes and what those voters look like. We're in the process of polling, and I'll talk a little bit about that, and then just understanding the communication of what you can and can't do once you call for the election. And as Megan took my thunder, I only went back to 2013. I've been involved in those elections. The district has a very, very strong track record of the community of supporting its schools. There aren't a lot of districts that have this. You are very blessed and very fortunate that your community understands the value and investment of what a quality education, what good schools mean to their community. So just going back, and Megan went back even further, but your community's just been very, very supportive. The last election, 2024, which was the capital override, passed mid-60s, which is unheard of. And just, those bond elections every several years just shows your community is willing to support that investment in facilities, not just people. So now I'm just going to walk through just a few demographics of the district. So you have roughly just under 29,000 registered voters. And remember, that is a living, breathing number. It changes every single day. People move in, people move out, people become eligible to be registered to vote. They register. People pass away that were on the voter rolls. And just to give you an idea, so just under 18,000 voted in the 2024 election. And if you recall, that was a presidential election, which means people were really excited to come out to vote or more energized to vote. You look at the 2022 election, which was a gubernatorial election, and we had just under 10,000 voters, 9,654. Why is that important? Just recognizing voter, there are habits, people that vote in every single election, people that like to vote or get excited about a presidential election, and that people that tend to pay attention in gubernatorial elections. It's a much smaller number, and that's why I think there's some opportunities for maybe picking up some seats, is that your win number is lower because you have a lower turnout. We got the parent list from the district and actually matched that to the voter file. Again, not 100%. It's not quite apples to oranges, but close. And so the district has just under 2,600 parents that we know are registered to vote. And why is that important? we'll go through. So when you look at all these voters, we broke it out by party, and you can see, not a surprise, 37% Democrat, 19% Republican, 44% other. You might ask, what is other? That's all that is, it really would be independent or PND, which means party not designated on your voter registration form. For our purpose, it's everybody but a Republican or Democrat. But you have some Green Party, some Libertarian. Those are very, very small percentages, and some other categories. We now, what is the new, Marcus, you probably, Arizona Independent, yeah, and I guess there's a dispute whether that will be a name, a legal name as well. But that just gives you an idea, and we broke that out by age, so you can see a nice mix. A third 50 plus, 42% 30 to 50, and then 25% is 19%. And your parents represent 9% of the total voters in your district. And so when you look at and say, we can win an election by getting our parents and staff out, that's very difficult when you look at how many people are going to come out to vote. So then we break out the 2024 voters. Again, higher number, a little bit more diverse in who comes out to vote. 43% Democratic, 22% Republican, 35% other, and only 39% were 50 plus, 42% 30 to 50, and 19% under 30. 16-13. So about 63% of your parents actually voted in that election, which isn't a bad turnout when you look at all things. And our 22 voters, again, a little shift, 48% Democratic, 23% Republican, 29% other. And the age breakdown, again, fewer voters, so a higher percentage of 50 plus, which is not a surprise. 39% are 30 to 50, and lo and behold, our young voters didn't want to come out to vote, just 11%. And our parent turnout dropped substantially to just under 30%. Again, not a surprise. And why is all this important when we go through? We're in the process of polling to our community, of talking to likely voters, not our parents, not our staff. It will be some of that, but our parents, that our community members that are going to come out to vote, to get their opinions on perceptions of the district, perceptions of public education in the community, and the state to some degree, and then specifics on the bond amount and bond projects, specific bond projects. So we'll be able to present that information to you, hopefully by the end of the week. So you'll have a little bit more information before you make a decision whether to call for the election or not. And with that, I can answer any questions that you might have about it.
Any questions for Paul?
Thank you, Paul. My question really isn't for you. It's just more or less of a general statement. But I know you've been, doing all of our, ballot measures for, a good time now, and we've historically seen that the community, trust our district to do what's best with the taxpayer dollars and to make decisions that are best for the kids in our community. So I am in the middle about us doing this, honestly. I think the last election cycle, it was really bad on bonds, overall throughout the community. And I think there was a lot of, information, and it was very political, with Tolson Union. And I think that we've seen that trickled down to other districts and to the city of Avondale. And so, you know, for the first time last year, ballot measures didn't pass in our community, and that was a first time ever, you know. So I'm very concerned about just the ability of putting in the money and putting out all this energy into a ballot measure. You know, we do have something going for us. You know, it's a midterm year.
Right.
It's a gubernatorial race. You know, we're hoping that our community shows out and that we can get the proper information in front. But I think we have our work cut out for us because, you know, I think we'll probably won't get a high 50%, you know, just realistically. You know, there's a lot of people that I have spoken to personally who historically voted for bonds and overrides and didn't vote for them last year, you know, because they think that there is misspending in public schools within our own community now, you know. And I think a lot of that was focused towards Tolson Union, but if I'm an average voter and I see that there's reckless spending happening towards public schools, I'm not going to support any ballot measure, you know, because why? If it's corrupt at the high school, it's probably corrupt at the elementary. You know, that message trickles down both ways. You can't have it both ways on the average voter. So I'm conflicted, and I'm in the middle because I know our kids need this money and our schools need this money, but also at the harsh reality point of what is the realistic chances of us going out there, putting this energy in, you know, having staff support it, having the community have you do it, and us pass, you know. And I think it's a hard conversation for me to have, but that's kind of just where my initial thoughts are on the bond.
So thank you for the presentation. At this point, really, we're just feeding information. So right now, it's not the discussion of do we go or not. That'll be a part of our May 12th meeting. Right now, we wanted to just feed any pending questions that anyone may have had specifically on what is a bond, how does it function, what is our voter history turnout, what are some other points of information. We tried to identify the needs so that there was an awareness of, and this is the thing, hopefully you guys are learning about me. I'm a needs-based person. So when Ms. Pena and I went through these processes, it's really, we want to identify those components. And so I want to make sure we understand that this isn't a discussion on what we're going to do next, but really more of, this is the information to give us foundational understanding to see what we want to, how we're going to respond. Yes.
I'm asking so that I have this information for our next board meeting. I know that it's not definite, but could we find out if some of our neighboring districts are planning to go out for a bond? I know they may have made decisions before our meetings or after our meetings, but just a general idea. I think that it's always good to kind of know. So that's just my request.
Yes, we can provide that, because what we'll also communicate is our bond capacity, where that aligns with the needs, and then what some of those next steps are. And our hope is that several members of the committee will be able to be a part of that presentation, because we'll share it with all the other information so that it truly is an informed decision.
Yeah, and go ahead, Linda.
Well, I just wanted to thank all of you guys for coming and sharing all this information, like putting all this information together and sharing it with all of us. I apparently have a lot of reading to do because my brain is just so swimming right now. But I really do appreciate it.
All right.
Curtis. Oh, yeah, and I think, you know, it's a lot to think about, but I think now we know, you know, we have the information, you know, and Dr. Lafitte, you know, thank you for all the work that you and the E-team and all you guys put together to present to us today, to really just show that there's a lot to do. There's a lot of work to do. And I think that now we are moving in a direction where we know what our needs are for our facilities. We know what our students need for academic achievement. We know what we need to do as a district-wide. Now it's a matter of doing it and implementing it. But in terms of the bond, I think I do want to note Amy, and I think from what I've heard, it's just going to be Tulsa Union and then possibly Avondale. From what I've heard of other districts and entities within our district boundaries that are going to do ballot initiative. And so I guess my message for question would be for Paul. Paul's just Vincent. Paul, if Tulsa Union was to run a bond and, that no messaging campaign was to go against, that bond, what do you think is our best position as a district to combat that misinformation?
We're asking that in the so
Yeah.
I think that's a great question.
Yeah.
We're asking that in the survey to see what kind of gap we have or what potential impact. But, I think there are pros and cons to that, but it clearly, I think the big picture, you have your needs and you have the opportunity to go out and educate and communicate those needs. What the state and the high school district and your feeders around you have no control over. So whether they go or not go doesn't change your needs, and it doesn't change, your ability to go out and communicate and demonstrate those needs. It becomes part of the chatter rather than, hey, this is us and what we're doing and why we're doing this. And I think that's really the sort of the important thing to focus on, because they're going to be, and I would defer to Randy, but I mean, you have potentially a couple ESA initiatives on the ballot that will bring in outside money that have they do impact Littleton as kids coming in or not going elsewhere or coming to the district, but they don't impact the bond, but it could potentially impact Littleton, and you have no control over that, none whatsoever. And some of that is wasted time and energy. So let's focus on what our needs are, what we can financially afford, what is our community willing to support, and how do we go out and communicate and educate that.
No, thank you for that. And I think next to, we've seen, a lot of our, people are struggling financially. We've seen economic costs going up. Everything's extremely, expensive. How have you seen that in the past, affect voters' ability to they want to vote for a bond and override, but just because they think it's another potential increase in their property taxes, they, decide to vote no?
That is a good question. I think you've seen probably the last 3-4 years we've had more opposition, and when I say opposition, actually organized opposition, than there has been in the last 20-25 years combined. I mean, both of you have been out there. And so I think most of that is not, I think almost virtually all of that opposition is anti-tax. Yeah. And so, there's a frustration of that. Again, we build a fire station, we build a library, we build a community pool. That's, in most cases, that's a bond or CIP funds that are generated through tax revenue. Somehow it's different than, fixing roofs or building new schools or, doing the improvements that need to be done. Part of that is just education. And I think part of that is your community, and you have a history of your community supporting, hey, we value education. And so you have to, you can't take that for granted. You just have to build on that.
No, thank you for that.
Any other questions?
If we can go to the next slide, please. First off, I would like to thank Ms. Burke, Mr. Lundberg, and Mr. Yulin for their time and information today. It was very informative. I wanted to take a moment to inform the board of our next steps. On May 12th, we will provide survey data from primary consultants. We will provide the bond committee input. We will also provide the bond amount. We will be working with Stiefel and determine the amount that we are recommending, and then present it all to the board on May 12th. We want to be very strategic and methodical in this process, and so thank you for your time today. We hope that this information was informative for you. Is it?
Well, thank you. It's a question for Dr. Lafitte. So I think you mentioned it was 70 million was our max capacity to do a bond.
70 million was the assessment, the facility assessment of the partial needs of the district. The max amount that the district can go out for is 90 million. We're working with Stiefel on what that looks like for the district to determine it.
Okay. Yeah, and I think if, oh, go ahead.
Got the mic there?
Mm-hmm.
There's a mic right next to Brian. There you go.
If it's helpful, at the May 12th meeting, I can walk through how capacity works and what the current capacity is and what the capacity would be over a 10-year period. Obviously, over a 10-year period, we have to assume growth projections that we don't know what they will be. The district's current capacity is 70 million, but like I think if I calculated it out 10 years, it's north of 125 million. Okay. So there's the capacity there.
Yeah, because I know, Dr. Lafitte had that demographic study, and so I know that we are supposed to get a lot of new development that's going to be happening in our community. So I will think that debt limit will continue to rise up for us to potentially go out for more bonds in the future as well. But I think if at the next, maybe this could be in the future because I forgot to ask you earlier on, but how does us doing a bond right now for school improvement go into us having to set monies aside to build our next school, over the next 10 years?
Excuse me, can I vote that we table this until we have more information? Like, I just don't feel like we have enough.
So right now, it's actually not an action item. It was just information being presented. It won't come for a vote until May 12th at the board meeting. So I guess the ask was for some information that'll come forward. Right.
No, I'm just asking questions so at the next board meeting we can have clear answers. If we do have that max capacity, we just had the demographic study that says how much students we're going to have the long-term capacity. So to not make sure that we don't go out for an amount that overlaps with us being able to not be able to build a school long-term if we need that. That was my summary, but thank you.
All right, anything else on that one? If not, Dr. Lee, we got one more item to go through here.
Thank you all to all our presenters. Thank you, Ms. Pena, for your presentation there. So our final item actually is a board-led item. There are the board goals that annually that the board reviews to determine just progress towards meeting those goals. One thing I'd like to do is not necessarily look at creating the next set of goals, but just self-evaluation and discussion of where you are on these goals. And I'm saying that because the strategic plan will be done in the next couple of months. And for alignment purposes, it would make sense to create that next set of goals based on that. So for me, it would be, how are you guys doing on these current goals that were last reviewed January 20, well, we started the conversation and tabled it, I think, until this meeting. So I'll hand that over to President Nelson.
So we just want to go over and just review how we stand on these particular ones right now and not talk about additional ones or new ones until we get the strategic goals, strategic goals.
Correct. And the one thing that you'll notice from this is based on that, what you just stated, a lot of this aligns back with our norms because some of these things will go back to, are we doing these things? And if we're not doing them, how are we holding ourselves and each other accountable? So that becomes a critical piece for this. So I'll hand that over.
Okay, so just kind of a review in these. The first goal right there is a biannual board self-evaluation. How are we doing on that one? I think we did a board evaluation within the last.
It should be in here. If you went to your binder after the last tab.
In the binder?
Just me. Which piece?
Yep.
Nope, not in there. Not in there. I'm sorry.
Well, it's up on the screen there.
assessment. Oh, wait, no, that's BLC. Oh, okay.
So, all right, so the information now is provided that Ms. Sillis provided me on goal 1. Yes, goal 1 was met.
Is that in our binder, or so you got that?
No, so I can provide you that, because you have each of the items in here, whether it was or wasn't.
Okay. So in line with that goal number 1, and then that one was met in October last year. We took that, reviewed those. The next one is, on an annual basis, each board member shall pursue professional development, collaboration opportunities, and attending the different meetings there. So that one was not met. Mr. Sinceros was there, Ms. Barnett, it looks like Mr. Littleton and Ms. Stallard. I think we went to Bolts and some other things. We just probably needed to report that back to you.
Yeah, President Nilsson and board members, the information that I upload into our charts to keep track of your goals is the information reporter. So if there are any missing items, we can definitely add those. Just let me know. And we can share that information if you would like.
Yeah, Linda, we went to Bolts together early last year, right?
And then the thing in Flagstaff.
So just
You
make
guys
sure
went to
that's.
annuals.
Okay, can you get that?
I didn't go, but you guys.
Would you report that to Ada so she gets that information? And I was. Okay, item number 3, the study sessions, which was a great one today. We appreciate that. Those items were met. And the fourth,
Going to other campuses.
Yeah, the schools. Which is a lot.
which is a lot.
Events every quarter.
So there's what, 4, 5, 6 pages of that, so we do pretty good on that one. Amy, thank you for doing most of that for us, okay? Not all of it.
You know, next year my kids are at 2 different schools, so expect it to double, Curtis.
So other than just the reporting in, it looks like those goals were met and taken care of.
I think my conversation, and I think where this came from, and I know we're short on time, so I think if we're meeting all of our goals, then is it time for us to ramp it up? We always expect more from our staff and our students.
Yeah.
And so I feel like we're being hypocritical a little bit if we're meeting our goals every year and we're not pushing ourselves.
Your mic's not on, is it? Linda's.
So, and that was why I made the statement earlier. And once the strategic plan gets done, I think that's a great opportunity to look at what those priorities are and then align those with the goals. Typically what would begin to happen is those become the board goals and those become my goals, and all of the actions and activities that come out of that align with moving us towards accomplishing those goals. So I think that becomes the next opportunity for us to have that conversation. So if the strategic plan is presented in July, what I would recommend is that we plan for in August having the conversation and how does that translate into viable goals for the board, because then I have to have my goals as well for the upcoming year.
Thank you. That's
a fair statement.
Any other thoughts or comments? Go ahead.
Okay, so whenever we have the strategic plan, which will be after July, based on the schedule, right? After July, then we come back in August, and then we basically just do this all over again. In summary.
Like we were talking about this morning, update those ones or readjust the norms if we need to, or incorporate what we did and talked about this morning.
Well, I guess for goal number 4, I mean, looking at the binder, do board members on average attend 4 to 6 events typically? Like, so if we are attending way more than 2, maybe just bump it up to 4 or 6, just so if we're already doing it, might as well just bump it up.
Well, that's
I can
something.
say my personal goal is to be at every campus twice a quarter.
Yeah.
But that is why there's pages there, because that is my goal as
Yeah.
a person, is to be at every
Mhm.
campus twice a quarter.
My goal is to be at every campus at least once a quarter.
At least
And
once.
I think we've got those, and if we want to keep that one, that's fine, but I think like once we get the strategic goal in there and a couple others in here, we need to update what would be appropriate and use that for us. And
Yeah, because week 2 start here, dropping down.
No, I'm saying because we always have like after-school events, like it's like 6 pages, so I'm like, if we're already going to 2, over, then we
Well,
might
that
as
was
well
my
just.
goal this year,
Yeah.
starting out, was to be at each campus at least
Yeah.
once. Because between like the after-school stuff that,
Mhm.
like at my school,
Mhm.
and then like the stuff that as my grandkids get older, my grandkids are doing, and then
Yeah.
here, like, I
That is a
have
lot,
enough time
yeah.
to go home and take a shower and go to bed.
Yeah. Okay. Well then, we'll just keep it at 2.
Oh, no, we can increase it, I'm okay with the
Well, if
change.
she's
Yeah.
doing every school every quarter.
Yeah.
The goal right now is
It's just to go to 2
It's just to
school.
go to
Just go to
two
2 events or things
every quarter. So
Doesn't matter what it is, excluding board meetings.
if you're doing 1 school a quarter, that's 6, 7 schools a quarter.
Because then I feel guilty that I have to school out.
so it's a matter of attending those, but then getting that information to Ada so she can record them. I mean, that's part of us as a board being considerate and courteous enough to, yes, we've done this. It's great, we set our own personal goals, we've got these here, but that information needs to be communicated back here so she can help us keep track of what we've committed to do, so.
So I'm not the only one repeatedly saying that I'm gonna do it.
Okay? So this is something we want to continue to look at. We'll look at again when we get the strategic goals and adjust as we need to.
I think for the goal 1, I think if we are going to do a strategic plan, I think it's going to be presented if we're going to be monitoring that yearly. Like if we're going to be monitoring how we're doing yearly, then maybe we should move our evaluation to every year.
That's a good
I
point,
think
yep.
that's
Do we pay for that?
I think it's free, right? The evaluation
I'm just
tool.
asking.
Yeah.
It's free.
Yeah, President Nielsen and board members, I was trying to remember, and I believe I'm accurate in saying it is part of your ASBA membership. You paid only if you go more in depth into the results, but you are getting the standard assessment results, yes.
Yeah, because I think if we're gonna have this big strategic plan and we're doing all these great things and we want to see more student achievement, maybe we add a goal in there, that where we say we monitor student outcomes data, once a year as a board, or something like that. Just so, and
Right,
then
we'll
move
just
our evaluations to once a year instead
Keep
of
those
one
thoughts in
annually.
mind, and let's bring those forth when we meet again to incorporate all of this. Thank you, appreciate you all being here today and your input and your participation in knowing what letters are where at what time. What's the last one on there? I closed my book. Adjournment.
I move that we adjourn at 3:04.
A second.
Wait a minute, that was too quick. Thank you, we are adjourned.
No signatures. Okay, aye.
Aye.